And that is an excellent finish. Yes, double 12. Granite from Gary. Gonna get it done at double 16 to do exactly that and then find the double.
Bullseye for the game. Oh, Marvin van Velzen. This would help. Nicely done, top right-hand corner.
Marvellous, superb for Shane Hayward. Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it, where the sleeps get fewer and the big day is about to come. And tomorrow afternoon, somebody is going to be lifting this ADC Global Championship Trophy. The first ever player to lift the ADC Global Championship Trophy. And from this point onwards now, we are going to be playing in front of crowds here in Portsmouth. Always a crowd pleaser. It's Scotty Tom Mitchell. We've reached the business end of the championship now. Every single tournament from here on in will be played in front of supporters. And I think when we get to this stage of a competition like this is when you know it feels really serious.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that, you know, the guys have been waiting for this a long time now. They've known they've qualified for a while and they've been waiting for the week. Some have departed. Obviously, it's sad for them, but we've got 6 left tonight and 2 of those have to depart. And 4 will go on to tomorrow's Sunday final.
6 players looking for 4 spots into tomorrow's grand finals. And these are the players in action this evening. Adam Mould's been to every single vault available this year. He's looking to vault his way to Global Championship glory come tomorrow. Marvin van Velzen's already won in this building this year, a former Modus Super Series champion. He's looking to add a second major title to his ever-growing collection. Charlie Martin has been a revelation this year on the ADC circuit. The Tour Championship runner-up, looking to go one better here at the Globals. Gary Stone played on the lakeside a few weeks ago, but now he's looking for global glory here in Portsmouth. Can Stoney make it all the way to the final match? Devon Peterson has a continent on his shoulders and he is looking to win the Global Championship for Africa. Well, Shane Hayward is looking to dive his way into glory here in Portsmouth. The Welshman looking to become the first player to lift this title. Well, it's been a dramatic week of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's show you how we've got to this position then here at the ADC Global Championship. It began on Monday morning with Group A. Adam Mould won the group from Gary Stone, and you could see that he won it by 2 legs on legs difference, but it was a group without its which was not without its drama, shall I say. Gary Stone was in command of proceedings. He had a 4-point lead going into the last day, but credit to Adam Mould, who went through the card on the last day, 5 wins out of 5, and he booked his place through.
Yeah, he did. He was very strong on that last day. Yeah, people had darts at a double at him, but they didn't take them. Sometimes you've got to dodge a bullet now and again to top the table, and that's exactly what he did. And then it got to the point there in the Welding game, as you can see, calmed himself down. He knew this was for the table win and went and took it out beautifully. Very composed, very structured, and you can see what it meant to him.
Chris Mason has a saying that when your name's on pot, lad, your name's on pot. Well, Adam Mould have looked at that scenario and thought, maybe things could be transpiring for me here.
Absolutely, and why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Sometimes you need a little bit of luck to go your way in one of these weeks to start convincing you more than anything that it's going to be your week, and that's what those moments do.
Well, that was Group A. The players then divvied up into Groups B and C. And what a dramatic afternoon and evening we saw at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Group B was what we watched in the evening sessions. Now, there's so much we can unpack here, but not a lot of time to unpack here. Marvin van Velzen won the group. Let's talk about him, because he was the best player in the group. 8 games, 8 wins. He was a movable object.
Yeah, absolutely. Put him in folklore history here. by being, one of those few players that's gone through 8 out of 8, and he looked really good as well. Every situation that was thrown at him, he had an answer to it. And this one in particular here, with Charlie Martin, you think, well, Charlie's just going to pop out here. But no, the one that was popping out was Van Velzen. And when you're in your bubble, when you're on your pump, those things happen all the time. You believe between the ears that you can get out of it. And that's what he did all of Group B.
Charlie Martin had a really good night yesterday. It was a slow start on Thursday, but in your opinion, what did he do so well yesterday to put himself in a position to be here this evening?
Well, he had a couple of 4-3s on Thursday, I think, that were unlucky not to go his way. So he came in last night knowing really what he needed, so that was a help. And he went off and he started shooting out 1-2-1s. He started shooting out things, and he made things go his way. But early doors, he beat Joe Croft, his main rival, second game. And after that, he felt that it was his to lose.
Now, Gary Stone. Now, he thought he was out when he lost his final match. He then got the good news that he is qualified for tonight's finals. We are going to hear from Gary in a few moments' time. Does he have to treat this as an absolute free roll this evening?
Yeah, I think he does, because when you think you're that far out that you put your shirt and your darts in the bin when you leave the building, you're on a free roll because you thought you were more than out. So, I think for Gary, he's got to start believing in himself. We know he's got a mind coach, and that was a little blip last night. He really did think that he'd blown it. He looked comfortable in Group A and didn't complete the job. He looked comfortable again in Group B to qualify and didn't complete the job. So he should be feeling that he's lived a charmed life. And like you were saying, if his name's not on the pot and he's not believing his name's not on the pot, then it won't be.
And that was because Joe Croft blew a 3-1 lead against Marvin Van Velzen in the final match of the session last night. Croft, as I say, he went 3-1 in front in this contest against MVV. And at this point, it felt like, particularly the way that both players were playing, it was going to be game over. But the Dutchman charging back, reeling off each of the last 3 legs to seal a 4-3 success. And that tops, ensuring that MVV won 8 out of 8 and ensured that Gary Stone would go through at the expense of Joe Croft. So that was the story of Group B. Group C was what we watched in the afternoons of Thursday and Friday. And it was a group that was absolutely dominated by Devon Peterson. From first start to last, he was the best player.
Yeah, coming in, we didn't know what Devon we were going to see. We didn't know what type of Devon we were going to see. He's remastered his throw a little bit. He's coming back from injury. I don't think he's done a great deal of practice. He said he's not sharp enough on the doubles, and I would say, talking to him, that's probably why I feel he hasn't had a lot of practice. But he's the scoring's there, and he looks very much the Devon of old in the scoring segment of the game. He looks a bit rusty on the outer ring, but I'm telling you now, he won't be afford to be rusty tonight on the outer ring with the opponents that he has tonight.
Shane Hayward got off to a slow start. He lost his first 3 matches. He's admitted that he wasn't match sharp going into these championships. But once he hit his stride, there was remnants of a player that's been knocking on the door of the Modus Super Series in the past.
Yeah, obviously he qualified, beating big players to qualify. And then he came here in the first 3 games. It was like he'd hardly thrown a dart before. And you could see it was just match fitness. It was just he hadn't played. And you can't expect yourself to walk straight in here and start beating the clientele that were in here without having put yourself out there to find games elsewhere. So a lot of players could learn something from that. But after those first 3 games, he then started to find his feet, won his last 2 games on Thursday, and then came in with a bit of a head of steam on Friday.
Well, let's have a look ahead to tonight's action. We know the 6 players that are in action. Let's have a look at the groups that are in play this evening. And it feels like 2 groups with 2 different feels to it. Group 1, Adam Mould, Charlie Martin, Shane Hayward, they'll all feel an opportunity, whereas Group 2, it looks like 3 will experienced campaigners slugging it out.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. And I think, like you said about Gary Stone earlier, he's dropped into probably that Group B looks a really tough group. And you would say that Devon and Marvin are favourites to get out of that. So he is on a free roll, Gary Stone. And if he starts thinking that he can go and win the group or whatever, I think he could come unstuck. He'll start playing tight.
And of course, it's a different dynamic tonight because you only have to get out your group to get through to play for that tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously there's the financial reward of getting out of the group and playing tonight, and then the financial reward of being in tomorrow which you have to say is the show for the big bucks.
It is the show for the big money, and let's see what the bookmakers have made and where they've laid their big money. Marvin van Velzen, 5-2 favourite. Devon Peterson, second favourite at 7-2. Any surprises in terms of what the bookmakers have said here, Scott?
No, that's pretty much the order that I see it. I think maybe I may have seen Charlie Martin and Gary Stone ran the other way just because of the way they qualified. But no, I don't see anything strange there. I think Devon Peterson's right up there for the way that he was scoring. He was putting them on a pinhead in that treble 20, and if he can add the doubles to that, then he's going to be there and thereabouts.
Scott, thank you very much. 18 plus, gambleware.org if you're having a flutter this evening. Well, it's a Saturday night, which is all about the championship rounds, isn't it? Who is going to land that knockout punch? And who is going to be taking the marbles come tomorrow afternoon? It's bound to be an evening of darts that is going to pack a punch. And there may be a couple of people with a little bit of fury by the end of it. Our first match of the session sees Adam Mould and Shane Hayward go toe-to-toe. And early on this evening, I caught up with a pair. Well, Shane, it was a slow start to your ADC Global Championship, but fair to say once you clicked into gear, it felt like there was really no stopping you.
Wouldn't say no stopping, but I think that was just a proper example of why you need to get some match practice in before you turn up to these events, because I had no floor time and that showed from the off, so.
Was that probably why we saw a better version of you on day two, the fact you had a day under your belt and you were kind of into things?
Just getting games and warming up to it, and it's all right practicing at home, but it's not the same.
So now you're here at this point, and you now must feel like you're really into the tournament and you really are in the swing of things.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I'm here, but I need to just let my darts come out now.
Let's talk about the championships and what it means to you, because you won the North qualifier, beat some very good players to get there, the likes of Tom Sykes, the likes of Mike Warburton. How big a competition is this for you? And is this perhaps as big as you've ever played in before?
Well, it's a world. It's a world, isn't it? No matter how you look at it, it's a world. So it's obviously the biggest thing I've ever played in, and probably is for a lot of the players out there in that room. So just to be part of it's enough. But I've talked about improving, and no better stage, is there? So.
Let's talk about tonight, because it's a little bit different to a normal Modus Super Series week where usually only the winner goes through to a Champions. Or if you get at your group, you get through to tomorrow. Does that change the dynamic a little bit in your mind?
Yeah. This just because of what's at stake, as well. Getting a semi spot is huge. So yeah, I'm treating it as a knockout now, each leg, rather than. Because I do think I think too often that there's another game, another chance, too much. Think like that tonight and you're going home, mate. It's simple as that. So it's like knockout stage now.
Wish you well. Shane, good luck.
Thank you very much, sir.
Adam, Group A winner. How have you spent the last couple of days?
Doing absolutely nothing. Did a bit of work on Thursday and Friday, but it's leading up to the Christmas period now, so it was a bit quiet. But yeah, just been relaxing. Well,
let's talk about the darts that you did throw in Group A, because it was very much a case of doing the damage right at the very end of the group. You were 4 points behind Gary Stone going into the final day's play, and you managed to find a way of sneaking through.
Yeah, won all the 5 games on Wednesday, gave myself a chance. Luck was on my side and I got over the line. I was pleased with how I played on Wednesday, so I'm coming in tonight on the back of that day, and hopefully I can reproduce the same sort of stuff.
In terms of your overall game over the 3 days, how would you assess it?
It built up. Monday I was very disappointed. I missed so many darts at double on Monday, and then just built up. I think it was 2 wins Monday, 4 and then 5. So like I say, I'm coming in confident off the last performance, so hopefully again I can repeat that.
Different type of finals night this evening. You've won a week at the Super Series, but this is a little bit different. It's the same format, but 4 go through to a finals night tomorrow. So getting out your group's the utmost importance. Does it change the goalpost a little bit for you?
Yeah, a little bit. It puts more emphasis on the group, doesn't it? There's an extra bonus tomorrow if you can just get through the group. So that's the first aim. I'm a player who normally takes 1 game at a time as it comes anyway. So I'll continue to do that, and we'll see where it takes me.
Biggest weekend of your darts life?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think so.
We wish you all the very best. Adam, good luck.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you.
Take out the day's first ton plus checkouts. Double 18.
James Johnson.
Peterson here. They only need 3. Double 18. Magnificent for Mold. Here we go then. It is the championship rounds of the inaugural Global Championship here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The behind closed doors action has come to an end and now it is all about the knockouts. Tonight it's all about finalising the final 4 players that will play in tomorrow afternoon's grand finals, which will take place here at the same venue. It's live on Pluto TV from 2 o'clock. Shane Hayward and Adam Mould first to the hockey on this Saturday evening. Mould won Group A and he won it in dramatic circumstances. He was 4 points behind Gary Stowe going into the final day's play, but the 36-year-old from Aylesbury won 5 from 5 to book his ticket through to this evening. Shane Hayward had a similar passage through Group C, a slow start, losing each of his first 3, but a real sprint towards the line, particularly on Friday, meant that the Welshman has got an opportunity here to play for the biggest prize of his career. That man is so used to business ends of tournaments. Paul Hinks, a referee of 4 World Championship finals over the course of an illustrious career.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg.
That knows exactly what it's like to be in this type of scenario. Sat alongside me in the commentary box, the 2015 Lakeside champion, world champion, Scott Mitchell. And what an evening we possibly have ahead of us, Scott.
Yeah, we sure do.
96.
And, you know, the prize and the dangle of the carrot at the end of tomorrow evening is a massive one.
137.
One of the biggest ones. Well, this far in their career, most of them are saying they've ever played for. So, yes, tonight, it's very important to get to the show tomorrow.
93.
So it's all about getting to the semi-finals tonight. And Shane Hayward, you have to say, had this
92.
match been on Thursday, you wouldn't have given him a hope because he didn't play well on Thursday. But he's been slowly but surely getting better over the course of the week.
123.
Now we find him here playing in this opening match against Adam Mould, who knew what he had to do on that last day in Group A and went and did it. Like you say, trailing by 4 points from Gary Stone and did enough to take it in the end, and that should give him confidence. You know, he's got some of his family in tonight, Adam Mould, so he does have a little bit of support here with him.
83.
And he's got off to 49. A quicker start of the pair. 49 left after 12 to take the opening leg. A couple in hand, a double 16.
33.
Does it go? And so Shane Hayward gets an opportunity to break the throw if he can find 129.
$70. Advocar 16.
And this is the big number. Mouldy coming in for double 8. And first blood with the throw.
Game shown in the first leg.
Yeah, nicely done from Adam Mould.
Second leg Shane through first. Game on.
Taking the opening rubber. And remember, the recipe to get through is 2 points and a positive legs difference. And unlike a regulation Modus Super Series week where only the winner gets what they want, if you get out the groups, you get a chance of picking up the trophy tomorrow afternoon here on the South Coast,
81.
where we do have a Portsmouth-based player into the finals. Adam Lipscomb qualified through last week, and so as a consequence, this place is a sellout tomorrow afternoon.
100.
It's going to be quite a boisterous atmosphere here at the Live Lounge to see whether the baby boy can pick up his biggest career title in the city that he calls home. But Adam Mould here is making himself at home on the stage. The first maximum of the night. He's averaging the best part of 99. And he is asking severe questions of the Shane Hayward throw.
82. Three.
All the good work done early in the leg. Absolutely undone there by Adam Mould.
83.
Can't remember last time I saw 3 scored on a Saturday night.
45. Shane your car, one.
I don't know if you see some of the 9 dart challenges next door, then you will see a few of them. But Hayward, as a consequence, a leg that Mould looked as if he was going to take control of against the darts, has got 6 of 101 to square this
66.
contest up at 1 apiece. Leaves himself on 35 upon his return. Of course, you should remind you that there is a possibility that a 9 dart shootout tonight could determine
60.
who qualifies
Shane your
for
car, 35.
tomorrow afternoon's final. I think we all hope that that doesn't happen this evening. Double 16,
Being shot on the
1-1.
second leg.
Hayward
Shane
squares
Hayward.
this contest up. There's
Third leg Adam to through
Hayward
first.
clan.
Game on.
That seems to be the family corner, doesn't it, here at the Live Lounge? That was where Daryl's other half was last week.
135.
And these are big opportunities. These are big days for the likes of Shane Hayward and Adam Mould for them, and they've said it vocally in interviews.
100.
This is the biggest darts tournament they have ever played in. I know they play at the Super Series, so you get the chance to play for 25 grand in the Champions League, but
43.
you've got to effectively win a tournament before you get there. This for them is a tournament that right from the very start, they know that they can win 25 grand at the end of the week. When you first played at the Lakeside, Scott, obviously the prize fund there was 100 grand.
44.
Did playing in a tournament where that first prize was the first prize, was that something that ever entered the mind, or can it enter the mind?
For me, no. I think
140.
probably any prize money was entering the mind at that point in my darting life when I first went there. I was just looking to get through the first round and trying to get a few more
60.
quid. And back in those days, it was trying to cover the costs of getting round and trying to break even on what you spent. But yeah, the money partly comes into your mind, but not the
83.
big prize pot at the end of the week until you start getting towards it, and then you start to dream.
And this feels like the halfway house between
140. Out of the car, 100.
beginning to dream, and then actually your dreams could come true come tomorrow afternoon. Tops for Mould.
60.
Yeah, you're
Shane your
absolutely
car,
right, mate. That is
157.
exactly how this is. You need to get a game under your belt tonight, and then you can start to dream.
85. Out of the car, 40.
Well, this for a 2-1 lead for the man from Aylesbury. Double 10. For Mould to hold.
Game
And to
shot on
give
the
him a
third
stronghold
leg.
in the
Adam
contest.
Mould.
2-1 to Adam Mould.
Fourth leg Shane to through first. Game on.
In this game, Mouldy would just be concentrating on trying to hold his throw. If he holds his throw 4 times, he wins the
60.
match.
$43.
Well, a few of the locals have made their way in this evening.
It looks very
60.
looks like the that hair was the 80s version of Craig Johnson that used to play for Liverpool, who went on to design the Adidas Predator football boot, if I remember rightly.
43.
Now, Scott, if you allow me a couple of seconds to gloat here, and I promise you I'm only going to gloat once about this. These are 2 people I know are locals because
89.
on the placard they've got a quote saying, about how Callum Lang is the best on earth. And after scoring 4 goals today for Portsmouth and a 4-1 victory for the Blues
140.
against Coventry City, I find it very hard to disagree. Now, I told you I'd only bring it up once, and that is the end of the matter.
Well done. I'll leave it there then.
43. $105.
105 from Old, going down for the 25 to leave himself on the big fish. Friending the break of throw of Hayward. Big visit here for the Welshman. Needs to find something with the last dart.
85.
Manages to find a treble to leave himself on 164. But it's Mould with first poke of the fish. Another one of them. Comes in and comes out.
80.
And now it's Hayward back to the board, looking at 164.
87. Adabukar 90.
So for the break of 3-1, 2 darts in his hand at double 15.
Game
No
shot
mistake.
Fourth leg.
And it
Adam
feels like
Mould.
now Adam Mould has got full control of this darts match.
Fifth
3-1
leg,
to the
Adam
good,
to throw
a
first.
break in hand, and now has
Game
the
on.
darts to win it.
$51.
Work to do for that man in your picture, Shane Hayward. But he did recover from a slow start in Group C, but the difference he has here is it's a far more truncated format.
139.
This feels like the group of opportunity, doesn't it, Scott, when you add in the fact that Charlie Martin's the other
58.
player. For 2 of these players, they will play in their biggest ever day of darts tomorrow.
That is Mouldy's better half there. You saw her in shot. She will be biting her fingernails all the way to the bottom. But yes, I
30.
agree, Henry. I think this is the better group to be in, and I think all 3 will fancy their chances of getting out for varying reasons. Shane's probably fancying his chances because he hasn't played his best thus far this week. So if he
100.
can turn up with that tonight, he'll be feeling it. She really looks happy about being on TV, doesn't she?
Well, if her partner continues to play as well as he has, it might be something she may have to continue worrying about.
140.
How many times have we been at big tournaments, at big arenas like the Alexandra Palace or the Lakeside or the Circus
42.
Tavern, and we've seen the partners on camera continuously go through the mill?
She did look very nervous. But Mouldy's 3-1 up.
100.
There'll be a nervy feel about this leg because Hayward's left himself on 92 after 12 to get the break back and to return the game back to 3-2. The match would be back on throw as a consequence.
97. Shenyuka 92.
92 for Hayward to get the break back. Finds it. Double 16. It's a decent guide.
76.
He's unable to utilise it.
Adam
And
Ukar,
this would be some way
153.
for Adam Mould to seal it. He's had some big checkouts this week, including a 150. Can he add a 153 to the repertoire? If he can, he wins the match. Double 18. Other side of the wire.
119. Shenyuka 16.
As you can see, the family go through it when the darts are that close to the double.
Game shot the 5th leg.
Hayward makes no
Shane
mistake there.
Hayward.
He gets the break back. 3-2. Mould with an
6 leg
opportunity to
Shane
win the match on
defends
foe. He
first.
will get another guarantee, but he doesn't want to take it to that point because it means we go all the
Game
way
on.
to a last leg decider. A fairly nervy opening game to the evening session. Both players averaging in the low 80s. But as we know with this group stage format, they won't care too much about performances as long as they can get that opening result.
81.
We should mention the prize money at play for even getting to tomorrow. The quarter-finalists would get a guarantee of £2,500 in prize money, and they'll be playing for the Global Championship title. And £2,500 just in isolation, just for making it through to the quarter-finals. That could possibly pay for a year's worth of Challenge Tour, could pay for a Q School. That could really help in somebody's starting journey.
Yeah, it can get you on to places, and then, like you say, if you can then grab a tour card, then it's
134.
Management City.
$99.
We've got a live lounge. We've got a live lounge punter there. Oh, he has got a thick enough pen. If you do come to the live lounge, bring
30.
those big markers. Ones you can't use anywhere else.
Were you allowed to say Sharpie?
45.
Well, that's a bit cruel. That's a bit cruel. Somebody's stolen somebody's thunder there.
59.
But Hayward may well be stealing Adam Mould's thunder here, because he's 185 points away from taking this game all the way to a last leg decider. Adam Mould missed an opportunity to win it with a 1-5-3 to take it 4-1, and Hayward now returns to 45 to send us the distance in the opening game of the evening
92.
session.
Show your car 45.
Well, Mouldy for the last couple of legs has not hit the scores that he was hitting in the first couple. And Hayward's doing a Hayward. He's on his way back
Game
from
shot on the sixth leg. Shane Hayward.
a position that wasn't looking good for him.
Seventh and final
10
leg.
minutes
Adam
to go.
through first. Game on.
All the way we go. Adam Mould led this match 3-1. And if he lets this slip, McKay's still in an okay position
60.
because he got to 3 legs in the match. But if he, as a consequence, then goes out, it may well be the biggest what if of his darting career so far.
95.
He's a man with good memories of the stage. He's won a week here before. He won the first week of 2023 when he beat Ian Moss in the final. He then would make it through to Champions Night of that
134.
Champions Week. He could finish up the last week of action in this building in 2024 by lifting the Global Championship.
100.
So Hayward keeping Mouldy honest here.
$97.
Good pick up from Adam Mould.
$136.
Eyes fixated to the screens. Eyes fixated to the
96.
board.
Turn your car
And for Shane
170.
Hayward, he is looking to finish this off with the biggest finish of them all. But he's not going to find the 170, and so Mould, who's already missed a dart to win this game on a 153 checkout, is looking to round it off for a 114 checkout, and they could scarcely look. Has taken this out this week, but he's not going to do so again, and so Hayward returns
54.
for 89
Shane,
to
you've got
get the job
89.
done.
Game shot on the match.
Well, it's a match
Shane
win for
Hayward.
Shane Hayward. He hits double-double to finish it. Comes from 3-1 down. The good thing for Adam Mould is it was a tight loss. Could stand him in good stead later on. But it's Shane Hayward. Here's the averages. 82.11 for Mouldy. And Shane Hayward just pipping him on the averages there. 86.06. Well, he goes to top of the group on 2 points. It's the checkouts there, 4 from 9 for Hayward. Pretty tidy. We're going to head into a short break, and when we return, we will return with Group 2 opening match with Marvin van Velzen taking on Gary Stone.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come in here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship from the live lounge here in Portsmouth. By this time tomorrow, somebody is going to be lifting this magnificent looking trophy and they're going to be £25,000 better off as a result of it. Before the break, Adam Mould held his nerve and won in 7 against Shane Hayward. He's up and running for the evening session. Coming up after the... no, we're not coming up after the break. It's coming up after this interview. We're going to be watching Marvin van Velzen against Gary Stone. This is going so well, isn't it? Let's hear from both players now. I caught up with them early on this evening. Well, Gary, I don't think I quite know where to start this week because it's felt like you've gone through every single part of the emotional roller coaster over the last 5 days.
I think a roller coaster just about sums it up. I thought after the emotions, obviously Group A, having a great start Thursday. Thursday's probably the best I've played all week, to be fair. And then obviously come in. Just overthought it. I've not started very well, and then it just went progressively worse. And then I done the worst thing. I started looking at the table, you're looking at leg difference, you're looking at, then that's just a downward spiral. You just try and beat what's in front of you and let everyone else take care of itself. I should know better than that, but it just shows you sometimes when things mean that much to you, then you start to go down paths you don't really want to go down. So, this is a free hit for me now. I'm delighted to be here. In my eyes, I thought I'd be sitting in the house, leaving 6 o'clock this morning, watching this on the telly tonight. So
now you've got a second life, a second opportunity. You've got that free pass, as you say. How do you best go utilise it? You just forget about what's happened in the past and just try and come into this with as clean a mind as possible?
I think you've got to. I think Monday to Friday is just about getting your ticket into the building tonight. No, that's it. Like, what's been has been. Monday to Thursday is irrelevant now. It doesn't matter. Everybody's had their own path through to that building through there. And I don't think it matters how you get here, whether you win Group A with one leg, or whether you win Group B, or whether you sneak in the back door. If I go up there and win every game tonight, then happy days. Doesn't matter what happens through the week.
And there's a possibility now this could be one of the biggest weekends of your darting life if you're able to get success over the next couple of days.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's a massive opportunity for every single person in there. And even guys like Devon's experience, I still think he'll be thinking that this is a massive opportunity for himself. So it means, it doesn't only just mean a lot to me, but it means a lot to everybody in that room and the 4 people coming in here tomorrow as well.
Well, I wish you all the best. Gary, good luck.
Thank you.
Marvin, what a Group B for yourself. 8 games, 8 wins, and you must have been really pleased with your performances in there.
Yeah, I played well. On the beginning, it was more, all my scores went well, all my doubles went well. And on the second day, it was pretty consistent, pretty good games. And now, 8 out of 8, so very confident.
What was it like as well yesterday? Because you qualified after your first match. Was it all about trying to keep the intensity levels there, even though you've known that you've done what you set out to achieve?
Yeah, but also I think everyone deserves the same matches as everyone does. So even if I knew that I already was first, then everyone deserves the same Marvin as as anyone had before on the beginning of the night. And also, I knew if I would lose against Joe, I would get him today on the beginning of the match, so that wouldn't, give me a good start of the day also. But 8 out of 8, and that was also a big goal for me. So
into tonight, then different format. Okay, same in terms of the games that you play, but it's 4 that get through to the semi-finals. Does that change the approach a little bit?
I try to not, because I think you give yourself too much pressure on those games and just approach it like a normal evening on Modus, on a normal finals night. And just forget about Sunday. And if I get through, then just finish the night and hopefully, and I think I can reach the Sunday.
And the Marvin Army are here tonight.
Yep, I getting surprised again today. So. They they scared me a bit because it was out of nowhere. They came in like, so yes, they went on this afternoon.
Ambush in the middle of port, so that sounds great. Marvin, wish you all the very best. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Yes, he can!
And the
Marvin is the man!
Champion!
Marvin Van Velzen!
The ADC Global Championship is the latest big trophy that Marvin Van Velzen's looking to pick up. He won the Modus Super Series here back in August, and he's now looking to add a second major title to his ever-growing collection. 2024 has been the 24-year-old's year of his life, and he is looking to round it off in some style. He takes on Gary Stone, who did not expect to be here this evening when he completed his last match last night. Van Velzen, as you can see, the 24-year-old from Poljijk in the Netherlands, qualified by winning the Benelux Open Championship back in October, where he beat Bradley Roos in the final, up against the 43-year-old from Larkle, Gary Stone, UK number 2, nicknamed Stoney. And Stoney is a man that last night was pretty much an island, but he managed to get himself into this evening's finale. And now you get the sense, because of the way things happen, that he is very much free rolling. The two players
Thank you,
complete
ladies
their
and
last
gentlemen.
practice dart.
First leg, Marvin to
The
through
game
first.
about to get underway.
Game on.
And it's Marvin van Velzen who will throw the first dart in anchor.
Yeah, both having a very
95.
different route to tonight's proceedings. And as you say, Marvin looking so assured. Even when he looked like he was going to get got last
140.
night, he just didn't lie down. He went off and did exactly what he needed to do to bring the leg or the legs to go his way when you got in front.
91.
And Gary Stone, well, he left the building not really knowing whether he was in or not. And finding out
41.
later that he was. And so a few rescue missions on the go. And he now has darts and a shirt to wear this evening.
The first 180 of the evening for Marvin van Velzen. You
41.
expect it not to
Marvin
be the
Carr,
last.
135.
And ward on by the Marvin army as ever. He has got 6 darts to take out this opening leg. And he's going to get a dart at double 12.
111.
To take it out the 135. There they are. In big numbers this evening. 8 of them have made the trip over from the Netherlands.
84. Marvin Carr, 24.
I wonder if they came over in 2 cars in a convoy.
Getting shown the first leg, Marvin van Velzen. Second leg, Gary to through first. Game
That
on.
man you saw in your picture there has been supporting Marvin all week, has helped him on his journey really to
93.
success through his mentorship and through helping him along. That's another member of the Marvin army. And they marvel at what Marvin's doing. That's his second maximum. You may remember in this meeting between the pair on Thursday that Van Velzen ran riot in the maximum stakes. He hit 6 180s against Gary Stone.
Yeah, and in the head-to-head stakes this week, Marvin is 4-1 up, so you can get in somebody's head. But you also, being the one with the 4, think, oh, he's going to get me somewhere. So you can be a little bit apprehensive, but I don't think Marvin thinks like that. At the moment, he's on top of his game.
171.
And he's confident that he can hold on to legs.
Well, these two have had 5 amazing battles against one another, and it
39.
feels like we're
Gary
seeing
Carr,
another one
100.
here. Stone with the ton to square up a 1-1.
Yeah, a couple of them being by the odd leg, haven't they? So we expect this one to
40.
be tight as well, like the first one.
The loser of this game will have to beat Devon Peterson in their next match.
Got to cast 60.
So a fast start is of the utmost importance. And that maximum for Van Velzen is third of the game already as part of the pressure on this tots of Gary Stone. And a
20.
failure to find a target has been so
Mario Kart
prolific
60.
on this week has opened up the door for Van Velzen to get the break and open up a 2-0 lead. Double top.
20. Gary
It's
Carr,
the
40.
Dutchman's turn to fluff his lines.
You expect Stone to take this out, and then on we go.
Getting shown the second leg, Gary Stone. Third leg, Marvin to through first. Game on. $44.
Not the start that Van Velzen wanted, but
60.
he's dodged a bullet because Gary Stone also did not have a treble visit of any substance, so he didn't have a treble visit at all.
59. 121.
I feel like this third leg is a huge leg.
140.
Yeah, nicely done by MVV.
99. $140.
Big two treble turn. Needs to have Velzen on 118, but Stone, with a big score here, will threaten the break of Van Velzen. Remember,
70.
Marvin missed a couple of
Mario
darts
Kart
to do exactly that in the
118.
previous leg. So I had to go 48 bull because the treble 20 was blocked there. Sensible play from Marvin. If you don't like the
78.
lie, there is
Gary
other
Coward,
options on
51.
98. You don't have to persevere.
$57.
So
Mario
double
Kart
top
40.
for Marvin Van Velzen to open up a 2-1 lead in this match.
You expect it to go. His double stats are the best of the
So the
week.
third leg, Marvin Van Velzen. For the Gary to through first, game on.
Let's delve into those stats for Marvin Van Velzen over the course of the week. Doubling at 30%, 86 hits from
131.
279 attempts. That's across the whole of the week. He's had the only ton plus average of the week, 104.54. And overall for the week, his
60.
average 88.31. And that's also an important metric that's in because players' seedings and positionings for tomorrow afternoon's affair
100.
will be based on their average for the week that they've played.
$140. $81.
That's a slack dart from Stone. That one that misses the 20.
$125. $59. $85. Gary Car 130.
For 2-2. The 130 is going to go, and so Van Velzen is going to get another opportunity to get the Gary Stone break. He couldn't get it a couple of legs
55.
ago, but if he can
Marvin
find
Van
it here,
91.
he will then have the darts in the next leg to complete victory.
He usually backs himself here in these situations. Bullseye for double 16, and what a breaker throw it would
75.
be, but
Gary Car 75.
not to be at this moment in time. Stone was still a bit to do. It's 18 for double top.
35.
And he hasn't done it.
Mario Kart
So it's
16.
Van Velzen comes back.
They pray. And they get their wish.
Marvin Van
Van
Velzen.
Velzen breaks and leads 3-1.
Fifth leg, Marvin to through first.
And in this group, and we've called
Game
this
on.
the heavyweight group of the night, a big victory for Marvin Van Velzen does him a lot of favours when he plays Devon Peterson, because he can win 4-1. He only needs to rattle off a couple of legs to get the 2 points of positive legs difference, which would be enough to see him qualify for tomorrow's grand finals.
100. $41.
Gary did keep tabs for with Marvin for a long time, but it feels like now Marvin is the better player by some considerable margin, and
44.
Gary has just dropped off somewhat.
$100.
Salvaged one from there. A little unfortunate, Stone, that maybe one of the first two didn't go in.
$60. $59.
This leg's very much still in the balance.
$140.
Nicely done from Van Velzen. First to a finish.
96. Marvin Carr, 157.
Well, this would be some way to see it. He has got time on his side, but 6 starts on 157 to get the job done. It's all about setting up from here. And he hasn't really done a job of that, if the truth be told.
No, you can't afford to miss big numbers in this situation. You offer a lifeline to Stone. He's not hitting anything
96.
to
Marvin
worry
Carr,
anybody yet.
129.
And I repeat, yet. So this should start down on treble 19. Treble 20.
48. Gary Carr, 109.
To save the match. Treble 19 gives himself a dart at double 60 to get himself out of jail.
93.
But that might well
Marvin
be
Carr,
the last dart he
81.
throws in this contest.
Yes, indeed. Minimum requirement here. Marvin will be looking to get a dart at the ball. He focuses himself. Getting himself ready. Nothing silly. Goes for the big 12. Straight to the
56.
bullseye. And you can understand why he's been very good on that this week. On the bullseye finishes. Particularly when he's needed them.
The reason why the Marvin Army will feel a little bit uncomfortable is because in the last
Team
match,
John
Adam
Smith
Mould
leg.
led 3-1
Stone.
and he lost 4-3. Marvin Van Velzen's 3-1 lead has been
Six
cut
leg
in
Gary
half to
to throw
3-2.
first.
Stone's
on.
got the throw here to take us all the way to a last leg decider. And now it's Gary's turn just to pedestrianise the pace somewhat.
$119.
There's one or two cheering on Gary in the crowd.
$60. $70.
Oh, a bit flappy there from Stone, wasn't it?
$100.
Solid from Van Velzen. Oh, this is good from Stone.
140.
Somebody's really getting into the
100.
spirit of things in Portsmouth. The last Saturday before Christmas. There's even a fan in the crowd tonight with a Pompey
140.
Christmas jumper on. Stone has left 32 after 12 to take us all the way to a deciding leg. And he may have to take it out because have a look who's on the scene. It's MVV. He hits a max to pile the pressure on this shot.
Game shown the sixth there. Gary Stone.
But what pressure?
Seventh and final leg. Marvin, you throw first.
Momentum's
Game on,
down with
thank
Gary
you.
Stone. We are seeing something very similar to what happened in match 1. Adam Mould had a 3-1 lead and squandered
44.
it and lost 4-3.
$43.
Lucky enough for Van Velzen, he got away with it.
Well, they're the adopted Gary Stone fans for the evening. But you can hear the roar of the Marvin Army there. His 5th maximum of the match, and that could well be the one that swings the tide in his favour.
140.
You have to ask yourself, with 5 180s, how is he still here at 3-3? 6 180s.
That's the second time this week he's done it to Gary Stone.
139. Maluka 97.
I remember my first beer too. Tots of Van Velzen.
57.
Bit of shoulder in that one, but he will return. Gary Stone on 179.
99. Maluka 40. Game shot in that. Marvin Van Velzen.
Van Velzen, who took an early lead in that match, went to 3-1. This is the 6th time they've played each other this week. And there's the Marvin Army. Drove over from Holland this morning, giving both players a great deal of respect. Marvin Van Velzen, 94.79. Doing what he's been doing all week. And Gary Stone did unbelievably well there. 86.06 to hang in there. But it's Marvin Van Velzen wins the first match of this group, 4-3. We're going to head off into a short break. When we return, we will have Shane Hayward taking on Charlie Martin.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break we saw Marvin van Velzen get the better of Gary Stone by 4 legs to 3. Our next game sees the emergence of Charlie Martin on the stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He made it through to the final of the Tour Championship last month, and back in front of a crowd, he is looking to be inspired once again. His first assignment, Shane Hayward, who won his first match 4-3 against Adam Mould, and earlier on this evening I caught up with Charlie. Charlie, really good Friday for yourself yesterday here at the Global Championship. You must have been really pleased with how things went.
Yeah, really confident going into today now. Pleased with how I held myself, especially in the last game. So yeah, looking forward to tonight now.
What do you think really clicked yesterday that perhaps didn't on Thursday?
Just taking my chances, not letting other people have chances. And I think I just settled better. Just yeah, a few nervy darts here and there.
Big weekend for yourself. Is this perhaps the biggest that you've ever had in darts before?
Yeah, I mean, the prize money as well is huge. Yeah, by far. I've never played anything like this, so I can't wait to get started.
Let's have a chat about your journey, because we're getting to the stage of the tournament now. We really are beginning to develop stories, and your great story. Where did it all begin with the ADC, and how have you got to the point where you're now here, stood in front of us, ahead of a Saturday night?
Yeah, so I saw they had the first comp weekend in Middlesbrough, and I didn't really know about it. I thought that seemed decent, and then I went to the second one, and like I said, I won that comp, and then I thought I'd give it a go, start playing vaults. Yeah, and that just kickstarted. That one win in Middlesbrough just really kickstarted everything. It's got me into these big competitions now.
Going into this weekend, we know there's going to be a crowd now for the remainder of the championship. When you were here for the tour finals, you had a big crowd here with you. Is that something of the same tonight?
Yeah, I think there's about 10 of my mates that are here. I probably had about 30 last time, but I think because people didn't know that I was getting through, so they're the people that gambled. A couple of my mum and dad and my fiance are here, so it'd be nice to have the support, and then hopefully Sunday as well.
When you were here for the Tour Championship, it really inspired you. Hoping it's more of the same tonight?
Yeah, definitely. It was hard to deal with at first, but now I know what to expect, and yeah, I think it really helped me.
Well, I wish you all the best. Charlie, good luck.
Thank you very much.
It's awkward. It's in! And he's in! At his first checkout opportunity of 103. His first start at double in the tops. And he gets that tops.
Might want to stay in your seat.
Sandy Bolton. Charlie Martin's got exactly that. You're taking it. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where Charlie Martin and Shane Hayward go toe-to-toe in our third game of the evening session. Shane's already got a win under his belt. He got the better of Adam Mould by 4 legs free. In fact, both games this year had gone to a 7th and deciding leg. For Hayward, he'll know that with that 4-3 victory that he ascertained in his previous match, that in this particular contest, he will qualify for the grand final win over Charlie Martin. If he reaches 3 legs, the only way he can be sent home is by virtue of the 9-dart shootout. Charlie Martin will qualify with a 4-0 or a 4-1 win in this particular match, our third of the evening session, and the third game to be described in the company of Scott Mitchell. What do you expect from this one, Scott?
Well, with Shane already having had a game and he's won, and he now has the darts, I think I'm going to reserve my judgment till after a leg is played. Obviously, he should be kind of warm. I know that's what I'm paid to do, but I think this one is as tight as a tick on a dog.
85.
Charlie Martin turns up with the confidence that he had in his interview, then
57.
You say Shane Hayward will have a few problems, but for me, Shane Hayward, now he's got that win on the board, he's playing with freedom in this game. So that changes the outlook a little here.
46.
The last time Charlie played here, and those are the supporters that have come to watch him tonight, he really was inspired by the people that came to watch him play. He had the best part of 30 come moving to the Tour Championship
100.
finals. It was really loud. So those the Shane supporters this evening watching on and watching Kim on.
85.
There was about 30 of them the last time Charlie was here, and they made noise. They made it a home fixture for him in a town that's about an hour from home.
100.
Yes, we all love Callum Lang.
59. Shane O'Carr, 76.
He knows how to score 4. And both players here looking to score 4. Hayward looking at tops.
36.
He couldn't get any closer without hitting it. Charlie Martin way back here. Having to use this as a settler leg, and now he's throwing with freedom.
80.
In goes the 180. So pressure on the 40.
Game show in the first leg. Shane Hayward.
What pressure, says Shane Hayward. Pressure is for tyres.
Second leg, Charlie to throw first. Game on.
So a couple more legs, and the worst thing that can happen is a 9-dart shootout. Which,
57.
as much as it's dramatic, and it was really fun on Champions Night, it would be a horrible way for somebody to miss out on the grand final
60.
of this tournament.
Yeah, a little bit like when you had golden goal back in the day. The goal goes in, nobody knows what to do. So yeah, that would be dramatic, and we don't want that.
60.
But the pressure is already straight on Charlie Martin now. 1, he hasn't got the darts. 2, he hasn't yet played.
43.
And 3, he's 1-0 down.
$59.
Charlie's stats for the week: played 8-1-4, overall average of 84.78, hit 12 180s, which isn't too bad in an 8-game group. But his highest average was only 91.24, and you feel like if he's going to compete with the big beasts, then he's going to have to find some significant numbers at some point. Find some big darts just like them.
It's the second 184. Charlie Martin in the match.
81.
But it hasn't
Charlie
turned
O'Carr,
into anything on the
145.
scoreboard yet. Is that about to happen? Not to be.
65.
Yeah, I understand that. 2 singles to a double for 80. He should get a shot.
100. Charlie O'Carr, 80.
Some pressure applied by Hayward. And there'll be a big roar if this goes in.
Game show in the second leg. Charlie Martin. Third leg, Shane to throw first. Game on.
And I think that'll happen with every double he hits. I don't know whether you saw it, but how nervous were the family throughout the duration of that last leg? They're going to get put through it tonight. Of that, there's no doubt.
41. $41.
There they are.
Yeah.
140.
Charlie Martin army, and there's the Shane Hayward army.
125.
I'll tell you what, if Charlie Martin and Martin van Velzen meet at some point this evening, the decibel levels could go through the roof.
Yeah, we may have to put
100.
both ears on our headphones, on our ears, up here in the commentary box, because it will lift the roof off the place.
48.
Tickets for tomorrow's grand finals have completely sold out. It's going to be rammed in here. It's going to be packed in here. It's going to be lively in here tomorrow.
60.
Longer format as well tomorrow afternoon here at the Live Lounge. Quarterfinals played over best of 11 legs. The semi-finals best of 13.
Shane your car,
And then the final will be played over best of 17 legs.
$42.
The first dart there for Shane Hayward was just on that top wire, and the angle that his darts go in, it caused him a little problem. But once again, Charlie Martin's missing the big number with his first dart.
118.
And you can see the way that he snatched the darts out the board. He's not impressed with himself with that.
Double 19. And that would have been for the first Tub Plus checkout of the night, although
167.
if Martin can apply the goods on this 167, you will hear all about it. But he's unable to. And so
96.
Hayward
car,
has got decisions to make here. Straight for the double 19. One left at double 8.
No score. Charlie O'Carr, 71.
Head in hands moment for the family. Bullseye for Charlie Martin.
46. Shane O'Carr, 38.
Not been a good leg for either player. 21 darts so far. He has been splitting this when he's had time, as Hayward, over the last couple of days. Where is he going with this one? He's split.
$20.
And now he's gone next door again. So 2 times in a row, he's offering Charlie Martin all the substance he needs to get his tail up.
17.
And Martin
18.
misses, and head in hands now on the Charlie Martin table.
Well, this really is a nervy leg, but it's also an important leg. And it's a leg that's eventually won by Shane Hayward. He moves 2-1 to the good. And if he wins one more, he is pretty much as good as safe. The only way he'd be able to go out is for a 9-dart shootout. For Charlie Martin, it means that whatever happens, it's going to go down to the last game against Adam Mould for him. He had to win 4-0 and 4-1 to ensure that he would be through with a game to spare. That's not going to happen now. And Shane Hayward is beginning to motor. Now really beginning to make some moves in this match.
$60. $121.
Got to give credit to Shane here. He's really beginning to make a move. It was a scrappy last leg, but he's managed to shrug it off very quickly.
140.
Yeah, the scrappy last leg has destroyed the average. There's no two ways about that. But nobody puts the average on the trophy.
100.
Well, that was a kind deflection with the last, wasn't it?
134. Trinidad 100.
Both players in similar territory. Hayward looking at tops. 11 darter, and that's the first Tub Plus checker of the evening. And that means that the only way now Shane Hayward could be eliminated is through a 9-dart shootout. Work for that man to do. He is in a spot above her here, 3-1 behind. And if he loses this heavily, the confidence will be dented. But if he does lose it, it is going to be as simple as a straight shootout. Effectively, it's a last 16 game against Adam Mould.
60.
Because the winner will be in the quarterfinals, the loser heads for home.
What a nervy match that'll be.
100. $49.
And now he just can't find a treble of any value to him. Can Charlie Martin?
$59. $96.
Shane will feel like he's in a position now. If he can just pull together a few good visits, he is home and hosed.
140.
And there's the first of those. Martin now needs a 140 to stay level. And then he's still going to have to hope on the Hayward throw. It's a bit of luck. Super darts from Charlie Martin. It's his third 180.
58.
In the match.
116.
Well, this is to save it. Not to be. And so Shane Hayward here is 106 points away from the biggest day of his darting life. If he gets this, he is into the grand finals of the ADC Global Championship. He's not going to get a dart here. Martin will return.
$66. Charlie O'Carr, 56.
He's recovered, but this is now a turning point in the match. Martin misses the big single. Such is the severity. But he manages to turn it into a double.
6-leg Charlie to through first.
Martin back in it at 3-2. He has the darts to take us all the way. And it's at this juncture where I have to say that if Charlie Martin wins this 4-3, there's still a possibility of a 9-dart shootout in this group.
81.
There is indeed. And
$125.
A maxi that could turn the game in the favour of Charlie Martin.
Thank you. $100. $140.
not too shabby from Charlie Martin. 100 left after 9.
180. Charlie O'Carr, 100.
Even better from Hayward. 96 after 9, but both on treble to double combos.
60. Shane O'Carr, 96.
To book his place in the quarterfinals tomorrow afternoon, it's double 18.
78. Charlie O'Carr,
2 match starts
40.
go begging. 40 for Charlie Martin. How's your bottle with one in hand, Charlie Martin?
20. Shane
It
O'Carr,
didn't
18.
happen. Head in hands on the Charlie Martin Supporters Club table. Hayward once more splits. And that's the reason why he knows now that he's through. Hayward table ecstatic. So we know there was a hinge leg in the middle of that one where it really did drag the averages down to the 180s that were going in. It's a 4-2 win in favour of Shane Hayward over Charlie Martin. Charlie Martin has got work to do. Hit 4 180s in that match and still wasn't able to turn it into points on his little mini table. So we're going to head into a short break, and when we return, the games just keep getting bigger. It's Gary Stone taking on Devin Peterson.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker take everything! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12. To become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? It's been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where Shane Hayward has booked a date with the biggest day of his darting life. He got the better of Charlie Martin before the break to book his passage through to the ADC Global Championship quarterfinals. He is going to be one of 8 players playing for this trophy tomorrow afternoon and the £25,000 title that goes with it. Well, 2 other players that are looking to lift the title tomorrow are Gary Stone and Devin Peterson. Gary Stone's chances hang on a knife edge. A defeat to Devin Peterson, and he is out. For the African Warrior, he could make history for his continent tomorrow. No African player has won an international, global or world title before. He could be the first ever player to do it. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with him. Devin, felt a real dominant performance from yourself in Group C. As soon as you took the lead of that group, it felt like you never really relinquished it.
Yeah, I think it's because I've been coming to the Modus a few times and you kind of see a pattern happening. And a lot of times when players come over here and they kind of not used to the setup or not used to the gameplay, there's strategy to it. And I knew that if I got ahead, there's ways in which you stay ahead. So yeah, I just implemented that and experience paid.
It felt like the best that you've played here since you've played at the Modus Super Series / ADC Global Championship. For you, did it feel that way?
Yeah, especially on day one, on Thursday, it was fantastic just to feel that freedom, that flow. I mean, everything now, I got the all clear from the therapist saying that everything is okay on the arm. So it kind of takes away that almost back of your mind kind of worry in a sense, and I just wanted to have the freedom to play, and I was lucky to even be here, and now I'm in the final. So yeah, I'm really feeling like I'm stepping into my own, and it's the right time as well. I mean, Q School's around the corner, and there's no better practice than the Modus Super Series.
Did you anticipate after everything that happened with the shoulder that you were able to click this quickly back into this type of Devon Peterson? Do you feel like it was going to maybe take a little bit longer to, or maybe a few more steps to get to this stage?
Yeah, I feel as though like the practice hasn't been like I haven't been pushing the hours on the practice board like I used to. I've been limiting the hours extremely to a very bare minimum, and it felt kind of weird. But I'm happy that when I get in there, it's almost like still knowing how to ride the bicycle, really, just not pedaling at full throttle, if you must call it that. So yeah, I'm really excited to kind of see what's the next step, because I know that I'm starting over, but with all the experience and all the know-how. So there's a little bit of fire in the belly at the moment. So yeah.
You're one of those players that, yes, you play for yourself, you play for your titles, but you play for a lot more than that as well. How important would a good weekend be, not just for yourself and re-kickstarting your career by being a global champion, but how important would a run for you also be for the ADC in Africa and giving players in that continent that real room to grow?
It's an important part of it, and it's always been part of what I mean. We've watched Cameron Corrales play yesterday, and those are all part and parcels of what we're achieving in Africa. And now with where we're moving with the ADC and the Modus Super Series and the PDC, all of these things. Becoming a champion and giving players an opportunity to almost dream and think, if he can do it, we come from the same area, I can also achieve. And I think that I see it as it's never been a victory for myself. It's always a victory for the continent and the country. So yeah, it's not a lot of pressure, because I know that I just need to turn up and play really well. And yeah, the darts fall where it does fall. But the most important thing is that people understand and see that when on the continent, if I'm winning, the entire continent is winning.
Go well. Wish you all the best tonight, Devon.
Thank you very much.
On a third leg.
Peterson makes him pay and
to work his way up to double top, which he hits. And he pulls it off perfectly. Absolutely wonderful finish.
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? Can the African qualifier, Devon Peterson, go all the way to ADC Global Championship glory? The African warrior who was so sublime in Group C, wasn't he, on Thursday and Friday afternoon? He was the best player from first start to last. There's no arguments about that, no quibbles about that. However, Gary Stone, his whole Global Championship campaign hinges on this match. Defeated to Devon, and he is out of here. He will be heading back to Scotland, defeated in his quest for global glory for Devon Peterson. Not just a country, but a continent watches on as he steps up to the Oki, representing his people once again. And he is somebody that's very proud. He feels like it's his duty to do exactly that.
Gary to through first.
He was actually telling me earlier on this evening. I had a good chat with him in the lobby before play got underway about some of the exciting opportunities that players from the continent are due to get in 2025, and some of the work that he and others have done to ensure that players get that. But this evening he's playing for himself. This evening he is wanting an opportunity to play for a title which would be up there with anything as big as he's ever played for before.
57.
Yeah, we know that, but we know Dev's a flamboyant character, and he loves to be up there on stage playing, and with that flamboyance comes a touch of arrogance that never overspills, but turns more into confidence. And dear Devon, he is
134.
Getting back to where we remember him before the injury. It's going to be a long road back for him, but if he can still
140,
keep smashing that treble 20, you don't think it'll be a long one. He'll be back before we know it.
125, Devon Hooker 81.
Well, this could be such a catalyst for him. Double 13 for the break of throw and a 1-0 lead. This is an excellent start for Devon Peterson. It's a dozen darters, a break of throw. Gary Stone shows a real sign of respect there for the excellent start that the African Warriors made. He is giving that treble an absolute battering. His second max of the contest, and he's already had a 142.
140.
Yeah, that last leg was his 5th ton plus
60
shot out now in 3 days. And this is only his 9th game, the start of his 9th game.
57.
Just look at the focus in his face as well. We know that he's a very jovial character, is Devon. But
140.
he is fully locked in, and maybe at times when he started off here at the Super Series, he wasn't exactly that. But right now, he's got an eye on a prize, and he is doing everything in his power to get there. And for the second leg in succession, he's left himself at a finish after 9. It could be back-to-back 12s. This is incredible.
103.
Yeah, I spoke to him last night before he left, and he was absolutely pleased as punch to be through to tonight. And
140. Then we look at 18.
he did speak. It was the doubling that he needed to straighten out.
Game's
And
on the second leg.
thus far tonight, he's done that. 2 from 3.
Third leg, Gary
He's 2 zip up.
Game on.
25 darts for the first 2 legs, and he is on, as far as this building is concerned, record pace territory for the year. The highest average that we've seen here was in the Modus Super Series by Connor Scott, 120.24, and that's exactly what Devon Peterson is averaging here.
119.
Gary Stone has hardly put a foot wrong.
100.
The only foot he has put wrong is stepping up to the oche against Devon Peterson playing in this kind of mood. This is scoring at the highest power. And when he was at the peak of his powers, he was the most powerful scorer in the game. And he's demonstrating some of these qualities to some degree
78.
here.
Yeah, he sure is. And
41.
he's finally missed a treble. He's taken 3 legs. He's finally missed one.
136.
The tournament record average, granted it is the first year of these championships, is 109 by Bradley Brooks against Darryl Pilgrim last week. Well, that is under severe threat. In fact, any record that is a record is under severe threat here. He may have to take this out. And to his credit, he does.
Gary Stone.
Gary Stone showing stones by taking out that 130 to keep himself in the contest, just as Devon Peterson was hot on his tail to open up a 3-1 lead.
41.
What a game this is, Scott.
What a game it is. And that's the second 130 Gary Stone has taken out this week.
$65.
And look at the lift that 130's given Gary Stone here in this game.
$60.
His average has now come up to 100. So both players running 100 now.
We've spoken
98.
about Gary seeing a mind coach, speaking to people about the mental side of the game. A lot of players at this present moment in time would have absolutely crumbled with what Devon Peterson's put in. But he is putting the fight up to him. He's got 6 darts from here to square up at 2-2.
59.
This is ridiculous.
171. Garuka 111.
Just behave, Devon Peterson. What a shot.
$39. Devon 24.
Devon Peterson's averaging 113 at this present moment in time. But if he misses this double free, he could be pegged back
He's
level,
on the
but he
fourth
comes
leg.
up clutch.
Devon
Last start in
Peterson.
hand. Peterson 3-1 to the goods.
Fifth leg Gary to through first. Game on.
He's very on point, isn't he, at the moment? He's the African warrior.
140. $60.
Well, that was just poor, Dev. Rubbish.
22. $41.
Well, the way that the game had gone, this is a very big lull in the proceedings.
96.
Gary has to leap all over what has been a dry spell
100.
for Devon.
Yeah, absolutely correct, Henry. He does. But he's just got a bit of drift there.
42.
If you're Gary, can you almost try too hard in this scenario?
Yeah, absolutely, because you get in front and you think, oh, yeah, this is mine. And then
60.
your arm goes a little tight. And all of a sudden, you're 2 millimeters under the treble.
59.
Well, after a blockbuster opening 4 legs of this contest, it feels like this match has just hit a bit of a stumbling block.
100.
Both players on a finish,
Gotta
and then
go
the Peterson with a win
142.
will send Stone out and will put himself into the finals. And he's 140 points away from doing exactly that.
102. Devon 140.
Stone leaves himself on tops, but this is Devon Peterson's moment, but he's unable to find the 140.
A grimace from him after the first start.
26.
Messes up the next start.
40. Getting shot on the fifth
And
leg.
here comes
Gary
Gary Stone again.
Sixth leg Devon to through first.
He's used
Game
up a
on.
couple of his 9 lives this week already. He's hoping that Devon has a bad start here and he can get in immediately on this leg.
60. $43.
Well, we see plenty of them tonight, particularly for Marvin van Velzen, who hit 6 of them against Gary Stone in his 4-3 win against the Scots.
41.
We've seen a plethora of maxis here, 3 from Devon Peterson in this contest. But it feels like up until that point, the treble 20'd left and been thrown in the bin.
140.
But Devon Peterson has got cause of concern here. He started so well, but his average has been dragged down to 93. Gary
60.
Stone is playing at the level he's played at all game long, but now he's getting a lot more joy for it.
Yeah, needs one here, Devon.
40.
Traverses to the bottom of the board and doesn't hit. You now feel there's a couple of troubles coming here somewhere. We've had a lull. The guys start to get fed up with it, and then they go for it. Well, Dev's made a decision on Summit. He's been stood there long enough.
137.
And that was the decision. Treble 19.
$100. $75.
Well, Peterson to get the job done and to see the back of Gary Stone in this year's Global Championship.
100. Dominica 128.
This is his moment. Is this also Africa's moment? The bullseye for Peterson. Devin Peterson will represent Africa in the Global Championship Finals. A man that has done so much for his continent, makes more history for his continent. He is in the quarterfinals of the ADC Global Championship, and I think he's very pleased with himself, and so he should be. The start was electrifying. It was too hot to handle as far as Gary Stone was concerned, who will depart these championships at the Saturday night stage. And so Devin Peterson is into the quarterfinals tomorrow afternoon. He's in the semi-finals tonight. He is beaten Gary Stone by 4 legs to 2.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break, Devon Peterson booked his place into the grand finals tomorrow afternoon. Doing it in style, doing it with a 128 checkout to get the better of Gary Stone by 4 legs to 2. It was an excellent start to the game for Devon, piling in max after max. It was free in the end, and he was very pleased with himself once he got over the line. Relief? Most definitely. Through? Most definitely. For Gary Stone, he departs. And so we know 7 of the 8 now that are going to be playing in tomorrow's grand finals. Adam Litzker, Andy Bolton, Dal Pilger, Bradley Brooks secured their passages through last week. Shane Hayward, Devon Peterson, and Marvin van Velzen have done so tonight. And so now we have, I suppose we'd call it a last 16 game, a last 12 game. Basically, it's a knockout match between Charlie Martin and Adam Mould. The winner is playing for that tomorrow afternoon. The loser is going home. They're done here in Portsmouth in 2024. It's a big game. It's a knockout game to see who is still in the race for this. No mistake. It's awkward. It's in, and he's in.
So it's made plain and obvious there by Henry Deacon. This is a knockout match. It is identical to what these guys would play day in, day out. The only difference is this is for the ADC Global Championships. One will stay with us and continue on. One will depart up the London Road on their trip home. Which will it be? Will it be Adam Mould? Or will it be Charlie Martin? Stay with us in the next 10 minutes. We will probably have all the answers for you here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Charlie to through first. Game on.
Well, the knockout darts begins here. I don't know what you call it, a last 16, a last 12? Or shall we just call it game 5? Whatever happens, the winner of this game will be playing for the biggest prize of their lives tomorrow. We could well be looking back at this at around about 7 o'clock tomorrow evening as the moment that changed the destiny of these two as they go on to lift the Global Championship title. We just don't know. But what we do know is right here, right now, this is the biggest 77 game of darts that these two have ever played in their lives. And Adam Mould, remember, was 3-1 up in his game against Shane Hayward. He did have darts to win that match, but was unable to cross the finishing line.
134. $59. Charlie O'Carr, 156.
And it is Charlie who's got the better of the running in this opening leg. He's got 6 from 156 to all the throw in leg 1.
116.
Crowd are definitely into it. Of that, there's no doubt.
96. Charlie O'Carr, 40.
Mouldy has nothing to worry about yet. Charlie Martin had to throw and had to hold his throw.
Second leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
It was a 14 darter for Charlie to take that opening leg. He draws first blood and he's looking the far more settled of the pair.
125. $97.
I just want to paint a word to our referee, Paul Hinks, who will be refereeing the final of these
96.
championships tomorrow afternoon. One of the best referees in the world still now, and one of the best referees we've ever seen in the sport over the course of the last 20 years. On top of that, one of the nicest gentlemen you'll ever
100.
wish to meet, and his love and infectious nature of the sport is still there and still very evident. And
60.
He's one of the unsung heroes of the game.
Yep, here, all the above. Henry never gets the accolades, sometimes the referees that they deserve, and he's one that really does. And Adam Mould, very unlucky there to not be leaving 24.
108.
That
84.
is a pressure max. Changes the whole course of this leg. Bullseye.
48. Charlie O'Carr, 40.
He has left something handy if he does get back, but you wouldn't bet on Charlie Martin missing this. He is the boy in the bubble at the moment. Takes a step back.
20.
Big chance
O'Carr,
goes
36.
begging. And while you've got people cheering for you loudly, when you miss, it goes deadly silent. And that can affect you as much as the cheering. A handy miss from Mouldy. This is a bit nervy.
Game shot
Nicely
second
done
leg. Adam
with the
Mould.
last dart. There's the Mouldy table, head in hand there
Third
as
leg,
well.
Charlie
This
to
is
do
really
first.
tense,
Game
nervous
on.
headache. It's a straight shootout. Fingernail biting even. Thumbnail biting action here
93.
at the live lounge.
Well, there won't be any nails left if it carries on like this. You could tell that the pair are playing in their biggest ever game just because of the sheer nerves. As quick as Charlie Martin came
125.
bolting out the traps, as quickly as he's been penned in by Adam Mould. This is for the final qualification place through
125.
to the grand finals of the first ever ADC Global Championship.
Charlie Martin looks good on his own throw, and Mouldy's got to find something. He knows he's going to have to break.
100.
Just can't get that double treble visit to get a bit of daylight for a chance of a break and put Martin under pressure. Martin keeps
96.
switching and finding something, which is credit to him.
$60.
So definitely advantage Charlie Martin here, providing he hits a relevant treble.
59.
He hasn't, so a 140 or a ton from Mould here would definitely apply the pressure. Not a good start. And when you're bounding around like this, you'll get no rhythm. You're throwing individual
46.
darts.
Charlie O'Carr, 128.
Has managed to leave the 170.
$83. Adam O'Carr, 170.
Oh, Charlie Martin's missed the bullseye there for the 128. What can Mould make of the 170? This really would silence the live lounge reporter, but it's not going to go. And so Martin will return for
58.
45 to
Charlie O'Carr,
open up a
45.
2-1 lead in this contest. You'll probably hear it before you see it if it goes.
5.
But it doesn't.
Adam O'Carr, 112.
With this one, you make sure of the big number. You go a little bit safe. He didn't go safe. He went straight at it.
80. Charlie O'Carr, 40.
Tidied it up with the last.
Game shot on the third leg, Charlie Martin. Fourth leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
Halfway there. Adam Mole's chances now living by a prayer,
85.
perhaps. Charlie Martin, he just needs to hold on to what he's got. And it would make a major difference if he makes it or
42.
not, because it could well be the biggest day of his life tomorrow afternoon.
I always feel that this is the leg that's the most vulnerable in this best of 7
100.
clash. It's leg number 4. Should you get broken, the throw goes back to Charlie Martin and you're in all sorts of problems.
96.
Should you win it, the problems then go back on to Charlie Martin. If you go 2-2, I always feel that leg 4
57.
the big turning point in a best of 7 clash, particularly when it's knockout.
And this is knockout.
42.
Ignore the graphic which says Group 1. There's nothing group stage about this. The winner that does go through will meet up with
95.
the winner of the game between Devon Peterson and Marvin Van Velzen in Game 6, because they will be runner-up of Group 1 because Shane Hayward picked up maximum points, of course, in both of his games early on in this group.
83. Adam McCarr, 164.
6 starts for a level match.
92.
Mould 72 points away from taking us back to an even kilter.
54. Adam McCarr, 72.
Yeah, he's got 6 at it as well, but he won't want 6 at it. Really making a pig's ear of
29.
that.
$96. Adam McCarr, 43.
To make it a best of 3 to see who goes through to tomorrow. Double 16.
Game
In
shot
it
on the
goes.
fourth leg. Adam
A
Mould.
big roar from Adam Mould. A big leg for
Good leg,
Adam
Charlie, to
Mould.
throw first.
And it's a
Game
best
on.
of 3 now to decide who the last player through to the Global Championship Finals is going to be.
140.
It was boisterous at the beginning of this contest. It's now
41.
deadly silent. The crowd are gripped by this contest, gripped by the drama of this contest.
134.
Marvin Army know that their man is through.
$100. $96.
Martin first to finish after 9, and he knows that Adam Mould can do nothing about it. Can only apply
81.
pressure, and that slip
Charlie
for the
O'Connor,
last time means that Martin will
131.
feel like he could just coast here a little bit. He's got time on his side, he's got a luxury in this leg.
Neither
81.
on the opposing person's throw has actually put any pressure on the finish. Closest we got to
99.
that was Charlie
Charlie
Martin in
O'Connor,
the last
50.
leg, but Mouldy's left no pressure on this 50, so it should just go.
40.
With Mouldy on 180, that was a big brave dart at double 10. Should have aired on the side of caution there and stayed outside and come back with 3 more in his hand.
60.
A slightly
Charlie O'Connor,
nicer double
10.
in my opinion. Bit of a more ball management issue there.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Charlie Martin.
Doesn't matter all the same, he's got it.
6 leg, Adam to
They're
throw
cuddling
first.
in the
Game
stalls.
on.
I think it's all over.
Well, they could barely sit down, Scott.
58.
They are pacing up and down like an expectant father in the auditorium.
40.
They are going through it. They are in Shredsville right now.
80.
Who can say the straightest?
40.
Mould needs to hit what we call a stock treble 20. One that you hit when your leg is shaking, your arm is shaking, your brain
60.
is telling you can't throw straight. But you've got to have that in your repertoire to go on and be a top player. We call it the stock treble 20. When everything's shaking, you
58.
still have to be able to manage to hit it and overcome all the issues.
$99.
It looks like we may well be heading towards a one-leg shootout. Every leg in this game has gone with throw, and it looks very likely the leg 6 is going to follow that trend. Although that second treble for Charlie just poses the question of Adam Mould.
That's a big first treble 20 for Mouldy, and if he can follow that like he does, only a 180 will trouble from Martin now.
81.
And 81
64.
doesn't quite cut it. It does leave a shot. Double 16 to go all
32.
the way.
Charlie O'Carr, 161.
And this would be a mighty ask under such a pressure situation for Charlie Martin.
He could barely watch. But he could breathe again, can Adam Mould.
137.
But he is going to have to take out this
32.
double 16, otherwise he could be out.
Game show
He
on the
does.
sixth leg. Adam
And so the
Mould.
final spot through to the grand finals of the inaugural ADC Global
Seventh final
Championship
leg, Charlie does
goes
go
down
first.
to a
Game
last
on.
leg shootout. Charlie Martin has the darts. The heart will be pumping at 100 miles an hour, the biggest leg that
93.
either of these players have thrown in their lives.
No legs yet have been broken. Everyone has gone with throw. And
44.
neither player have really had a dart against the throw to rob or break a leg.
98.
They're close to tears. And for some, maybe some cheers. And they'll be hoping to raise a glass to their man in a few moments' time. And Adam Mould here is having a bit of a slip at the
23.
worst possible time. And the door for Charlie Martin is ajar here.
140 here to leave 170. He would be over the moon with a 180.
180.
On this occasion,
Thank
it
you.
looks like the darts have been with Charlie Martin. He had 4 starts, and he's made the most of all 4 starts.
140. Charlie O'Carr, 130.
Mouldy finally flows with a bit of relaxation in the arm. Job's not complete here yet.
75.
You have to say that Charlie Martin's ability to keep it all together when everything on the
92.
line
Charlie
is
O'Carr,
incredible. He
55.
did it at the Tour Championships. He did it to keep himself in the group. And now this for a date with the biggest day of his darting life. Double 10. Doesn't go.
35.
No, he has to remain positive. Mouldy can only make things difficult here with treble visits.
100. Charlie O'Carr, 20.
Everybody's holding hands. Everybody's praying. Double 5.
10. Adam
We go
O'Carr,
on.
102.
Would Mouldy have been better off to go for a 25 with that last start and leave the 97? Right way to go.
94.
Right way to
Charlie
go.
Car 10.
Under the pressure, the ball can
Game
leave all sorts of problems, but it's Charlie Martin hits that double 5. And the winner takes all match. The winner is Charlie Martin. Absolute 4-3 ripper. As you can see, the Charlie Martin fans over the moon. He said he likes playing in front of the crowds. And now he's telling them off. But yes, it's Charlie Martin. Wins it. 4-3. What a thriller. You can see the scenes as Charlie Martin leaves the stage. Nothing to write home about the averages. It was not about the averages. It was about a winner-takes-all game and who could hold their bottle. And on this occasion, it was Charlie Martin, 4-3. We will head off into a short break, and we will come back with Devin Peterson v Marvin van Velzen, and that's to decide the position within the group.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another factor. It's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where Charlie Martin is going to be playing in the grand finals. He held his nerve in a winner-takes-all clash with Adam Mould winning by 4 legs to 3. And so now the final 8 is complete. They're dancing with delight. And why shouldn't they? Because their man Charlie Martin, who's enjoyed the year of his life, is into the final 8 of the inaugural ADC Global Championship. Adam Lipscomb, Andy Bolton, Darryl Pilgrim and Bradley Brooks all qualified last week. And now we can add the names of Shane Hayward, Devon Peterson, Marvin van Velzen and Charlie Martin, Hersham's Charlie Martin, into the Fab 8 that will be playing for the £25,000 top prize tomorrow and the magnificent trophy. And so we now know the 8 players that will be playing for the Global Championship trophy. And for Devon Peterson, he's in the fight. And the Charlie Martin fans and the Marvin van Velzen fans are having a bit of a party here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. There's a darts match still to take place here, and it's Devon Peterson up against Marvin van Velzen. And Devon Peterson is here for the party. He'll soon be there for the darting in just a second. But he, at times, was absolutely scintillating against Gary Stone. A 4-2 win in his opening match. Hit 3-180s, was running at an average of around about 113 at the midway point of the match. Gary Stone and Adam Moulds heading for home in these championships. And so these two dictate and determine who wins Group 2 and who will have the throw in their semi-final. Now, we should mention the ins and the outs from this point onwards, as Devon Peterson tries to quieten down the Charlie Martin massive. I think you're fighting a losing battle there, Dev.
Game on.
So from this point onwards, we are playing for seedings. In this game, the seeding for the semi-finals. Now, the 8 players will be played or will be put in a seeding order depending on how they do in terms of these championships. So the semi-finalists of both the weeks will be seeds 5 to 8. Now, the seedings will then be dictated via the running averages of the week that they played in. The finalists will be seeds 3 and 4. Again, that will be dictated to by how they did in their week. And then the same for the winners of the week will be the top 2 seeds tomorrow afternoon. And it does carry some important weight because in the quarterfinals tomorrow afternoon, the player who has the highest seeding will have the throw. So it is very important to try and win as many games as possible and just think, now I have qualified, that I could take my foot off the gas. But there's been nothing about being off the gas about Devon Peterson so far. Coming out the traps here as quickly as he came out the traps in his opening match against Gary Stone, leaving 161 after 9 points. And Marvin van Velzen looks as if prior to that visit was still languished in the practice room. This could be, Scott, if both players play to type, a bit of an exhibition.
Yeah, it could be. And I'm going to ask you a question now.
140.
Other than the advantage of throw, do you think either of these 2 players fear whoever they'll have to play?
Definitely not Marvin. I think he's in a place as Peterson takes out the double 8, where he will fancy the task, whoever he's got. I think he's got such a confidence in his ability, and he's backed it up because he's beaten some big-name players to win some big tournaments that whoever he's up against, he'll fancy the task. And I think Devon's in this type of mood where I think he's just enjoying the journey, enjoying the ride. I think it's more in the other half of the draw, where I think both players, Shane and Charlie, may feel like they may have a preference as to who they want to play. 99. I think this side of the draw, I think Marvin and Devon will just be happy to plot their own path.
140. $84.
Van Velzen picks up a nice treble there, which he needed.
$80.
So, Peterson leaving himself on 141. Van Velzen 2-2-2. It's the second leg of this contest, and Peterson has a 1-leg lead in it. So Van Velzen, courtesy of that 94 visit, leaves himself on 1-2-8. Peterson here is looking at 141 to open up a 2-leg buffer in this contest. Not to be this time, but he has got the luxury of time. Those are the scores.
$49. $28.
So Van Velzen here looking at 128. Peterson has left himself on 92. Triple 20. Leaves the bullseye.
103.
Doesn't go, and that was a chance to level the game up at
92.
1-1. Peterson looking at this 92 to open up a 2-0 lead.
10 for 32 then for Peterson and a 2-0 lead.
60. Maverick 25.
Yes, indeed, Devon. So 25 left for Van Velzen. Double 4 coming in. And it's 1-1. Holds his throw just about by the width of a wire.
$140.
So it is Devon Peterson 1, Marvin Van Velzen 1 in our 6th game of the evening session. Peterson kicking off 140. Van Velzen following up in kind. Apologies for the loss of scoreboard. We will keep you up to date with where the players are progressing in this game as it goes along. And it looks like Devon Peterson here is progressing very well, averaging 102.
Yeah, disappointed with his last start there, wasn't he? First 2 was set up for a classic Devon
96.
Peterson 180, but here we go. He sets up again. He puts him on a pinhead. Will he make the mistake this time? No, he won't, and puts him on that pinhead.
That 180 for Devon Peterson leaves himself on 58 after just 9 darts thrown. Van Velzen on 265.
133.
He hits a
Devon
133 to leave himself on the champagne shot of 132. Peterson 58 misses the big number, 1 at tops. And that is a 2-1 lead for Devon Peterson. It's a 12-dart leg for the African Warrior. His average 105.07 is Peterson 2, Van Velzen 1.
Van Velzen's not playing too shabby either. He's on a 96.39. Which is just about to jump up to a 99.59 with that size 140.
44. $57.
So the scores in this leg: Peterson 457, Van Velzen 304. It was Van Velzen who had the darts at the beginning of this 4th leg, trailing Peterson, as you can see there, by 2 legs to 1. Remember, the winner of this game will win the group, and they will take on Charlie Martin in the semi-finals. The loser will finish 2nd, and they will take on Shane Hayward in the final 4.
That's a touch unlucky from Van Velzen. A bit of a flight on, flight out there. He only scored 80. It was looking like a 140.
84.
Peterson, 84. As you can see, just 10 behind, but it's Van Velzen with the darts.
It's a really good performance from Peterson. He's averaging over 102. And Van Velzen's taking the Tartur as well, averaging 94. And his first to finish in this 4th leg, leaving 140.
85.
Yeah, he was on his last start. He was on 185 there, Van Velzen. So he's gone across to the 15s to leave the 170, but he hit a treble 15, managed to leave himself the 140. Once again, Van Velzen saying, yeah, I'll let you have a go at Summit, Dev. Try the 148 this time round.
But Peterson cannot get the measure of that finish, and so Van Velzen will return for double 12, 3 in hand, to square this contest up at 2 apiece. In it
Into the
goes.
fourth leg.
It's a
Marvin
17
van Velzen.
darter for Marvin van Velzen. It's a level game. It's
Big
Peterson
Velzen
2, Van
first.
Velzen 2.
Game on.
Peterson with an average in excess of 101. Van Velzen 93.93. Both players 2 from 4 when it comes to the finishing. A best of 3 from here
140.
is Peterson with the darts, and he kicks off 140.
Yeah, well, he's got the darts. It's going to be very difficult to break.
60.
This is the one. And Marvin starts off with 60. So he remains 80 behind.
100.
Devon finds a big one over the top. Last dart. But what I love about Van Velzen, he doesn't
100.
look troubled as yet.
$60.
201 plays 3-4-1. Deadlocked at 2-2. Peterson holding all the aces on throwing this 5th. However, is there a spanner in the works?
137.
2 treble turn means that both players are within touching distance of one another. But Peterson, the man, looking to make his move.
121.
Well, hang on a second. Van Velzen on 204. Maxi would leave a double.
136.
Peterson comes back for 80, as you can see there, averaging 101.96 for a 3-2 lead. Double top.
Massive dart.
Game shot on the fifth
Oh,
leg.
massive
Kevin
dart
Peterson.
that the African Warrior was right up to.
6 leg
Pressure
Marvin
was
first. Game on.
applied by Van Velzen. He'd left 68 after 12. The African Warrior takes the 80
57.
out with one dart at double top. Amazing stuff from him. Now takes a breath because he's thrown an awful dart to start the leg, but he won't worry about that because he knows how big
30.
that last dart of leg 5 was. Massive it was.
And we could take a breath now because we don't have to go into radio mode anymore.
123.
Yes, we don't have to. Your scoreboard is back up and with you. And it's also with us as well because we went on our screens also. But we are back
60.
running. Our tech team amazingly get all these things back running faster than I can work out. I've got a diesel block
97.
on my tractor.
Well, Van
52.
Velzen's got time and space here to square up at 3-3 to take us to a last leg decider. There is a possibility that if Marvin wins this game, that he will
91.
take on Charlie Martin. And I think the crowd here could reach fever pitch levels as a result.
Yeah, very much so.
100. Marvin Carr, 133.
Two big groups in the room are the Van Velzen, the Marvin Army, the Charlie Martin Barmy Army.
125.
And the Marvin Army there nearly had something really big to cheer about. He's going to come back for double 4. Easy, Dev. That's more like it.
137. Marvin Carr, 8.
Yeah, nice from Peterson, but
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Marvin doing
Marvin van
what he's been
Velzen.
doing all week, not getting flustered about anything, not
Some of
getting
the
worried
final leg,
about
Kevin
anything.
first. Game
And his
on.
calmness is what's getting him here. It's all about this leg. You can practice this
60.
game, but you cannot practice this situation. You have to continually put yourself in it to learn it.
80.
Who could hold it together?
60.
Been a cracking contest. Both players' averages going into this final leg. 94. The doubling's been okay. 3 from 5 for Peterson and 3 for 7, or 3 from 7 for Marvin van Velzen.
60.
And the truth be told, Scott, we're absolutely none the wiser right now.
No, we really are not. And the arms are going tight now.
100.
That's a good last from Devon. With 2 in the board to retrieve 100 from that situation. But every time, oh, that's Marvin's had another
80.
Wicked bounce out there. But once again, I love the way this kid plays. He just doesn't react to it. Just gets on with it. And now with that bounce out, Peterson absolutely punishes a bounce out. And there's nothing Marvin could do about it. It wasn't a badly thrown dart. And now
125.
Marvin still isn't going away. He's not letting the negatives get to him. It's double 12 for an amazing end to an amazing match, and it doesn't go. The African Warrior misses one match darts, and you can see what he thinks of it. He's loving being back in the action, isn't he?
And he would have loved that 555 of Marvin van Velzen, and so Devon Peterson will come back with 3 more in his hand at double 6 to win what has been an absolute classic of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Take a bow, gents, take a bow, because that was a marvellous watch. But it's a win for Devon Peterson, which means he's going to be a top seed in the semi-finals. And that was the most important facet of that match. Peterson 4, Van Velzen 3. The semi-finals are coming up next.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the record average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where we now know the 8 players that will be playing for the £25,000 top prize tomorrow afternoon. Last week, Adam Lipscomb, Andy Bolton, Darryl Pilgrim, Bradley Brooks sealed their places into the finals. And tonight, Shane Hayward, Devon Peterson, Marvin van Velzen and Charlie Martin have done so themselves. Well, Scott Mitchell is alongside me here in the studio to talk about the action that we've seen this evening. We'll talk about the players individually in just a second, but you could tell that it's getting closer to the point where this trophy is getting lifted, because the drama and the tension really has come to boiling point tonight.
Yes, it's an awful lot of money. I don't care what anybody says. You know, if you're not used to playing for that sort of money, which it's quite fair to say that most of those guys in that room, probably only Devon has before, but that's pre-injury, and we don't know what Devon has got, but I think we've just seen it there in that last game that he's come through there in flying colours.
Well, we had effectively a knockout match in the middle of the session. Charlie Martin getting the better of Adam Mould. And you could tell that it was a knockout match, and you could tell that it was a big moment for both. It was nervy, it was edgy, but when it mattered, it was Charlie Martin that kept his cool.
Yeah, it was. You know, he had the darts at the end of the day, and he made sure that he won all 4 of his legs, which is not an easy thing to do under such pressure. But they couldn't get near each other's throw, so Mouldy never really got near Charlie Martin to break his throw, and Charlie Martin never got near Mouldy to break his. So it was a 4-3 result in the favour of Charlie Martin, and as you can see, he goes and thanks his supporters.
He's such a mild-mannered lad, isn't he, Charlie? But there seems to be something different when he goes on to stage. Maybe not within himself, because I don't think he actually changes his emotions when he plays in front of a crowd. But there seems to be something that when those supporters are on side that just brings a different air out of him.
Absolutely. You could say that he came through yesterday with, you know, no doing of his own, really. He had to wait for that Croft and Van Velzen game to see whether he's through. Maybe he's playing on a free roll. But, yeah, if he can keep holding his throw and keep getting himself in a position where he has to throw, he won't have it in the semi-final. But again, he's getting where he needs to be without having to do a great deal. So when push comes to shove, is he going to be there?
However, it could have been oh so different for Adam Mould. He got out the gate quick in his game against Shane Hayward. Was 3-1 to the good. Missed that dart, didn't he, at double 18 to win 4-1 on the back of the 1-5-3 combo. He had opportunities tonight, just didn't quite work out for him.
Yeah, it didn't. And with Adam, he's done so much with the ADC stuff in Aylesbury and bringing tournaments. Did he just want it that too much? You know, he is Mr. ADC. Mm-hmm. And I'm right to say that because, you know, he's a director in an area and he's doing everything to try and help the place go forward. He desperately wanted to be in that last 8. He knew the importance of that game, and unfortunately it didn't go his way.
But it was Shane Hayward who made it through, who it feels as the week's going on is really beginning to build into his stride.
Well, if you looked at the numbers on the way in tonight, his numbers were very low. He was not at the numbers where you think, but you have to remember the first 3 games on Thursday, he wasn't really doing it. He didn't even look like he had a chance of being here on Saturday, let alone being in the Sunday final. But he's got better and better as he's gone on. And if you take those first 3 averages out, his averages aren't far off of being one of the top guys through. So he's caught us out a little bit there, but he's now through, and it's all about what he does from here, because you don't want to lose games from here going into tomorrow off the back of a loss.
However, in the other group, it's all about Marvin van Velzen and Devon Peterson. They the 2 players that made their way through. Devon Peterson got out the gate very quickly, didn't he, against Gary Stowe. Basically blew him away. But that performance in particular, in fact, both of the performances tonight have probably been the 2 standouts this evening, haven't they?
Yes, they have. They have indeed. And the one thing I do worry for Dev, he's not been behind in a game yet. He's front-run the games. And I think that that's a big factor at the moment, where he is in his comeback. We're going to find out, is he ready to be coming back from 2-0 down and things, and only time will tell on that.
However, playing like that, can he win this tomorrow?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Because what he's done tonight, we've seen him been scoring in the last couple of days, but he's added that double hitting in the big moments tonight. He's not been missing them. So now the confidence has gone another level up to where he was yesterday.
Marvin van Velzen, the other player to make it through, he's seemingly developing this aura on stages like this. He's developing ways of going deep in big tournaments.
What he's developed is that he was a couple of hundred behind to Devon there in that last match and hit a big, big score to leave 68. He's developed this thing that he doesn't feel like he's going to lose, even when he's 200 behind. And when you're an opponent, you watch the aura that he has walking around the stage and you don't believe he's going to lose from being 200 behind. And I think he's just developed into a really classy dart player. And yes, we know he's in his bubble at the minute. Yes, we know he's at the height of his confidence. But if he can continue that for a period of time, he's going to be sort of knocking on the door of other big stuff as well.
I don't know whether you can hear it, but it is raucous in here. Actually, the Charlie Martin fans and the Marvin van Velzen fans are having a bit of a sing-off behind us in the auditorium. It's a fantastic atmosphere here this evening. As you can see there, these are the fans live as we speak. In fact, I think one or two of them are having a very good night. And both of these sets of supporters are going to be back here tomorrow. How much of a fourth dart can they be?
In a smaller venue like this, they really can be the fourth dart. For the guys to have fans so close to them and really good friends that they can look at and take guidance from, it's going to be a big help to them. The question is can they just keep a lid on it so it's best of order for both players?
Well, those the Marvin Army who surprised Van Velzen by being here this evening. He got accosted in the middle of a street in Port, so I bet that was a great way to spend your Saturday afternoon. Right, let's have a look at the results from tonight's action before we look ahead to the semi-finals. Those how the two groups panned out. And so the semi-finals as follows. Shane Hayward, Marvin van Velzen, Devon Peterson, Charlie Martin. Before we talk about the two games on an individual basis, it should perhaps be noted that neither of those four players in those two semi-finals have played against one another so far this week.
No, absolutely. I think it should be noted, and I think it does change the game a little. So nobody has one advantage on the other. So what we could see is quite a nervy opening leg or two until the guys sort of work each other out, because we're not talking about working each other out on the scoring. You have to work each other out on how they go around how quickly they move around the board, what their routine is. Do they go back to the table? Do they allow you to throw? So it's one of those things. That's what happens in the first couple of legs. You work out the way that your opponent is sort of is boardology.
Do Marvin and Devon go in as big favourites in their semi-finals, just on the basis of the way that they've played so far this evening in comparison?
Yeah, I think so, but I wouldn't say that Shane Hayward sort of limped over the line. I thought he just beat what was in front of him and did what he needed to do. Out of the four, I think Charlie Martin is the underdog. There's no two ways about it, because so far he hasn't done the levels of the other three that have qualified through to the semi-finals. But we know that he has it in him. So now that that nervy game is out the way, he knows he's going to the big show tomorrow. Will he just open up now and throw with freedom? Because if he does that, he's more than capable of turning those three.
I know that they're playing for seedings now, but they've done the big job tonight, and that was to get through to the semi-finals. Could we see a little bit more of a relaxed nature? Okay, they're playing for seedings, but they've got the main job done tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there may be a little advantage here, the fact that they've played today and they go in tomorrow and the other four have had a week off. Is that going to be an advantage? Their match heads are going to be on from tonight. They've been in situations tonight that they won't have forgotten tomorrow. Is that going to see them in good stead? Are they going to have the slight upper hand?
Well, we now know the 8 players that play for this amazing trophy. The ADC Global Championship now is heading towards its championship rounds, and we begin the semi-finals on Saturday night, number 2, with a meeting between Shane Hayward and Marvin van Velzen.
Hayward once more splits. And that's the reason why he knows now that he's through. And there's Marvin Army drove over from Holland this morning, giving both players.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the ADC Global Championship Week 2, which is live on Pluto TV. We now get round to our first semi-final of the evening. Please put your hands together and welcome to the stage. It's the diver, Shane Hayward, and the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen.
Shane Hayward doesn't have to try and beat one of the best players in this tournament, but he also has to beat a sizable contingent in this crowd. The Marvin Army are in full voice this evening, and Van Velzen will be into the big day tomorrow afternoon. For both him and Shane Hayward now, it is all about shoring up the best possible seeding going into the big day. Van Velzen, the Benelux Open champion, that's how he qualified for these championships, and he's now in with a 1 from 8 chance of winning it. He takes on Shane Hayward, who has been quoted to say that getting through to the Global Championship finals will be the biggest day of his darting life, will be the biggest thing that he has ever done in the sport. For Van Velzen, he's already climbed mountains before in this building. He's a former Modus Super Series champion. And if he wins the Global Championship, it will be his second major title in the space of 4 months. So the hard work's done. Now it is about shoring it up as well as you possibly can. Hayward with the darts because he won his group. He kicks us off. And kicks us off with a max.
180. 95. $36. 100. 100.
It's the second 180 in the first leg for Hayward. And that goes to show that he is ready to rock and roll in this one.
59. Shane Hayward, 105.
Well, there's also a rare opportunity for Shane Hayward where he can tell his opposition in the flesh prior to possibly playing them tomorrow that he can play and he can mix it with the best of them. Because, and I don't
39.
mean this in a disrespectful way to either Shane or Charlie, but out of the 8 players, I'd imagine the bookmakers will probably put them as the 2 outsiders tomorrow. But they have got here on merit, and they now want to show why they've got here on merit. And it's Hayward with the first poke to take out the first leg. It's double top.
26.
A clip of the wire.
124.
That was how close Shane Hayward was to taking out the first leg. And now Van Velzen has an opportunity at 1-2-4 to snatch the throw. And he's going to get a dart. Well, he should have had a dart, but he got a bit too excited and he spurnt it into the single 9.
84. Shane Hayward, 40. Getting shown the first leg, Shane Hayward. Second leg, Marvin, you through first. Game on.
And with the disappointment of missing the single number, Marvin comes back and hits a 180. But Hayward is not going to worry about that because he's already at 2 180s himself this evening in this first leg.
$100.
The thing with Shane is we know how good he is, but you feel like to compete with Van Velzen, you've got to put that type of pressure on
76.
him, leg on leg. And that may well be the key difference here.
I think you may well be correct.
100. $60. Maverick 121.
It's horrible being associated with the players in this particular moment. Tops for Van Velzen for 1-2-1. And that would have been to have leveled this semi-final up.
Marvin Army look on, knowing
60.
Marvin has 6
40.
from here, but Van Velzen will want to get it done to show a statement in one dart.
Getting shown the second leg. Marvin Van Velzen.
Just really am overwhelmed with this
Third
kid's
exchange
coolness.
for the first. Game on.
He's a player that we kind of have to take a step back in respect of
85.
This time a year ago, we didn't think that this was a player had these types of capabilities. And I mean that with the greatest of respect to Marvin, because I like the guy. But he, in a very short space of time, has turned himself into somebody that under the elitist of pressure keeps his cool. He's turned himself into a very experienced player in a very short space of time. And he's become a reliable player too.
Yeah, absolutely, he has. And
60.
I have to say, we used to see him bouncing around and lots of shouting, lots of screaming, lots of all that business.
140.
And he doesn't do it, and because he's cut it out, it's made him a better player. Another one that used to do all this around Marvin's age was Jermaine Watamina. And he's cut it back out of his game. It does creep in the big moments. It's very hard when that's your natural way. And look what he's doing with his darting career now.
All about fine-tuning it, isn't it? Right place, right time for those types of things.
Yeah, absolutely.
56. Marvin 121.
Well, he missed tops for this in the previous leg. He's going to get another go here. At the ball.
86.
He missed the big number on the 1-2-4 in leg
80.
one. Made no mistake of it there. But he may well find himself 2-1 behind. Hayward goes tops, and he's got a lovely guide there. He's got a lovely guide. But he can't use it.
Marvin 35.
For the break, for 2-1. Van Velzen's got 2 at double 16. You know, that was huge because Van Velzen lets out a big celebration. He's got the break of Hayward. Just because he's qualified for tomorrow doesn't mean that it means any less. If anything, he wants to go into tomorrow's final as a #1 seed because that is the type of player and that's the type of person he is. He wants everybody else to think and feel that he's the man to beat.
It's all about the timing. And his timing has been impeccable. He didn't use the disappointment of not getting through Group A. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, he used the time of the last 2 days to refine himself again, redefine himself, and find the better version of himself. And that's exactly what he's done.
I do know that
78.
Andy Bolton has made the trip down this evening. I know that he's in Portsmouth. Dale Pilgrim will probably make the trip tomorrow morning. Bradley Brooks
100.
has probably made his trip down. Adam Lipscomb doesn't need to worry about whether he's coming tonight or not, because he could just wake up tomorrow morning and then get a taxi to the venue.
Yeah, for about £4.50.
45.
Well, put it this way, James Bailey traversed 10,000 miles and Adam Lipscomb's 10 minutes up the road. And Marvin here really is beginning to make his move in this contest. He broke in the last. He's left a double after 12 here.
133. Maverick 16.
Two eights to make it 3-1.
No score.
Well thrown dart, the last one didn't quite happen for him, but he knows he will return.
75. Maverick 16.
He deals with pressure as good as anybody. Because he has ice in his veins when it comes to moments like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, with respect to both players, they've played a lot of darts to get to this stage tonight. Can you please give them the best of order by not calling out while they're actually on the mark, and they give them the respect that they actually deserve? Thank you.
Paul Hinks, one of the best referees in the world, laying down the law on the live lounge stage.
I've got to say, even I got frightened then.
60.
It is an exciting time, and you can understand why the crowd
81.
are really excited, because this is a really big championship. But I suppose when you're in an arena as tranquil as this, as claustrophobic as this,
60.
just that one noise can really offset the players. Most of the time, there's no malice behind it. Sometimes it's just a little bit of over-exuberance.
140.
Maybe tip over the edge. Talking about exuberance, I think he's had one too many. He's got a sign on his head. We've all done silly things at a Christmas do, Scott, haven't we?
140.
Some more than others, Henry. Some more than others.
Well, cool. Even Marvin's seen that and Shane's seen it, and I think they've seen the funny side of it. He's going to get pelters when he goes back home, isn't he? And to be honest, he deserves every single bit of it. He looks like a chef gone wrong in that cap.
60.
But to the serious business, we've had our fun. Now it's down to the drama of it. Hayward with only
100.
a ton. Van Velzen 220. He'll feel like he's got 6 here to close the job off.
$80. Shane O'Carr 141. $59. Marvin O'Carr 140.
Well, Shane Hayward's given himself a glimmer. Van Velzen looking at 140 here to win the match. Not to be. But what he's going to do
100.
is put Shane
Shane
Hayward
O'Carr,
at a
82.
point of no return.
Regrips the dart to make sure he's got it right.
Getting shot
And
at
he's
fifth
got it
leg.
right.
Shane Hayward. 6 leg Marvin to through first. Game on.
Well, Van Velzen has the darts here to
95.
see it off. To pick apart Shane Hayward and progress through to the final. It would mean that Hayward will be in the lower 4 seeds. Now, that would mean that he would be in 5, 6, 7 and 8 positions. No, I'm not talking about a steps track here. But he'll have to get in line alongside Bradley Brooks and Darryl Pilgrim as the...
58.
I suppose you'd say they're not unseeded, but the outside seeds of the draw.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the seeding is quite important in this. I really do.
Don't tell them this game means nothing, because they are still going through the emotional mill.
$45.
Hinksy traverses across the hockey.
$140.
Velzen, knowing that Hayward was back on 3-3-2,
119.
Concentrated on putting a big score in rather than worrying what he left, because he knew that no matter what Hayward could do.
136.
And look at this stuff. 140, 136. And it's Van Velzen's to lose.
Average of 96.5, and that's despite missing
Marvin
7 darts
32.
and a double. Marvin Van Velzen is a special player who just continues to do special things. He's in another final, and that will please the Marvin Army and then some. They place their trust in a young man that in 2024 continues to demonstrate why he is one of the top prodigies in the sport. For Shane Hayward, he's won his battle. He's into tomorrow night's final. He will be playing in the biggest day of darts he's ever played in. But for Marvin Van Velzen, this is just another night at the office. He's into another final. It's another average in excess of 95. It's a decent doubling display. Van Velzen beats Hayward by 4 legs to 2. Our second semi-final is coming up on the other side of this break. It's Devon Peterson up against Charlie Martin.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's two options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Marvin van Velzen is into yet another final. He's just making it look routine now, isn't he? He does it seemingly every time he's here. He got the better of Shane Hayward by 4-2 before the break. So he is into the final, and he's now guaranteed to be one of the top 4 seeds tomorrow afternoon when we play for this trophy in the ADC Global Championship Grand Finals. Our second semi-final is between Devon Peterson and Charlie Martin. Now, for Charlie, this is kind of uncharted territory. So much so, we're walking on for these semi-finals, and he decided to walk straight onto the stage during the advert break. Ward on by his army of fans, he takes on Devon Peterson, who is a crowd favourite everywhere he goes. Win what has been an absolute classic of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Take a bow, gents, take a bow, because that was a marvellous watch.
All sorts of problems, but it's Charlie Martin hits that double 5, and the winner takes all match. The winner is Charlie Martin.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the ADC Global Championships Week 2, live on Pluto TV. We now get round to our second semi-final of the evening. First of all, please welcome on stage, it's the African warrior, Devon Peterson! And the man with no nickname, Charlie Martin!
Well, the man with no nickname, but is making a big name for himself, Charlie Martin, up against Devon Peterson in the second semi-final here in Week 2 of the ADC Global Championship. For Devon Peterson, he has been the player of the night so far, averaging in excess of 94 in both of the games that he's played, winning both of the games that he's played, and he takes on Charlie Martin, who has calmed down the nerves after winning that winner-takes-all clash against Adam Mould a couple of matches ago. He prevailed 4-3, despite missing 14 darts at a double. He has achieved what he set out to achieve, and just like Van Velzen and Hayward in the previous match, they are playing off to be one of the top 4 seeds tomorrow afternoon. And by being one of the top 4 seeds, you will avoid Marvin van Velzen, Adam Lipscomb, and Andy Bolton in the draw.
So, the man with no nickname, I've got it. He should be Charlie Doc Martin. And he should wear Doc Martin boots because he's from London, where they originated
42.
from. And he should play in Doc Martin boots. There we go. Sorted.
I just needed to double check you meant Doc Martin is in for shoes and not Doc Martin is in for the character Martin
60.
Clunes played once.
Well, you know, I have played darts with Martin Clunes, but that's another story. It's not about me this evening.
134.
I thought you were prepping for all those things you're meant to say about yourself, Scott. That's what some say.
No, not at all. Apparently so, yeah.
123. 100.
Can't call him Doc Martin. He's from nowhere near Cornwall, is he?
59.
I mean, it's Devon Peterson, who's named Devon after Devon Day. But whose day is it going to be tomorrow at the ADC Global Championship? These two are going to be there. They're now jostling for
83.
position in the big day. Martin first to finish. Peterson looking to set up. He was enigmatic at times
60. Charlie O'Carr, 142.
in terms of his scoring in his opening match, but not quite got off to a quick start here. Martin will feel like he's got 6 on 142, but
46. Devin O'Carr,
has DP
144.
got a big one in the locker.
$96. Charlie O'Carr, 96.
So 96 for Charlie Martin to get the breaker throw in this first leg. Went double-double, not going to get
56.
it.
Devin
And so
O'Carr,
Peterson,
48.
48 to go 1-0 to the good. Double 16. 2 8s.
32.
No chances to
Charlie
come and
O'Carr,
gone,
40.
and the crowd will have their tail up if Charlie Martin pins his tops. Double 5.
30.
Not to
Devin
be.
O'Carr, 16.
I feel like we should zoom out of that for a second.
Getting shown the first
Peterson
leg.
one up.
Devin Peterson.
I thought we were just going to start seeing the Devoner
Second leg, Charlie,
yesterday
the
who
first.
was
Game on.
scoring for show and had no doubles for dough. He was taking 5 and 6 darts to get out. It was Harman's average, it was Harman everything. Charlie Martin, we've already seen tonight, very apt at holding his throw.
140. $81.
He looks very much like Kevin Keegan when he signed for Southampton in 1980.
60.
Careful saying things like that around here, Scott.
Oh.
Should have said
blimey.
Hamburg.
Yeah, should have said hamburger.
Don't say hamburger either, you make me
100.
hungry. You've got to have a trip to the fast food establishment after this tonight, I hear.
Possibly.
121. Charlie O'Carr, 140.
140 here for Martin to level up at 1 apiece. It's not going to go this time, but he has got a couple of cracks at it.
60.
We'll return for 80 to level this match up. But what he can't afford to do here, Charlie, is allow Devon Peterson back into this
60.
leg.
Charlie
Because
O'Carr,
if he goes
80.
2-0 down, you feel like it's a long way back for him.
$70. Devin O'Carr, 120. Getting shot on the second
Nicely
leg.
done
Devin Peterson.
by Devon Peterson. He may have had a little bit of double trouble
Third
in
leg,
that
Devin to the
first leg.
first. Game on.
No such problems with that breaker throw. As part of a combination.
$44.
2-0 up. Well, Charlie Martin, Rue opportunities at the end of that previous leg. Was that the moment that got him into the match? Would that have been the moment that got him back in the swing of things? Doesn't look like he's been overly dismayed by the concession of the previous leg, but the problem he's got is Peterson may have got a second wind as a result. And let's get this right. This is a Devon Peterson that's 15 points down on what else he's done this evening.
140.
This is a susceptible South African.
$81.
In charge of this leg against throw, cannot afford to let it slip.
56.
Cannot provide a treble, leaves himself on the fish. But Peterson, particularly after dart 1, will fancy his chances of getting onto a 2-darter here.
100. Charlie O'Carr, 170.
Shane Hayward there. Probably chatting about where it went wrong.
48.
I don't think it went wrong, mate. I think you just got to concentrate on tomorrow now.
Another. Double 8. Oh, that's delightful. A delicious finish from Devon Peterson. A 136 checkout to put him 3-0 to the good and to put him in cruise control in this semi-final.
Well, I criticised that first leg where he was fortunate to get back.
83.
But I have to say, he's been absolutely on point. A 120 followed by a 136. 3-0 to the good. He's had 8-ton plus shot outs as Devon
123
over the last 3 days, and he's only played 11 games.
100.
And I suppose there's also another dynamic to it for Shane and Charlie. If they, obviously, provided Charlie does go on to lose this match from here, whoever loses this semi-final, and Shane Hayward, who's lost in the other semi-final, they're going to have the excitement of playing tomorrow, but they're also going to have that excitement on the back of a big defeat.
180.
Need to hit a few more of them, Shane.
$145.
This for the final. For a rout. And a morale-boosting win. Double 14 for back-to-back top plus finishes for Devon Peterson to seal his place in the final. And it's going to be a rematch with Marvin van Velzen. They played the game of the night in match 6, and they'll play the final match of the night. For Charlie Martin, tomorrow is the biggest day of his career. Tomorrow could potentially be the biggest day of Devon Peterson's career. He beats Charlie Martin 4-0. He's going to be in the Global Championship final. In fact, 3-ton plus finishes all told for the African Warrior. That's the most that's ever been seen in this building in a match. Peterson 4, Martin 0. Coming up after the break, we'll be previewing the final, which will see Peterson and Van Velzen go toe-to-toe to see who will be top dog.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where the final of week 2 is going to be between Marvin van Velzen and Devon Peterson. That was after Devon devastated Charlie Martin with a 4-0 win before the break. 3-ton plus checkouts en route to that win. Marvin van Velzen beating Shane Hayward by 4 legs to 2 in the first semi of the evening. Scott Mitchell is alongside me here in the studio to assess the 2 semi-finals that we've seen. Let's go in chronological order. We'll begin with Marvin van Velzen's game against Shane Hayward. There was a couple of moments where things could have got a little bit edgy. But credit to Marvin van Velzen. Whenever he's posed a question, it seems like more often than not, he comes up with the answers.
Yeah, I mean, in that game, it was 1-1, and he made a big break to go 2-1 up, and he gave it the big roar. He had 1 dart at the double, and he gave it a big roar, and that set the tone for the rest of the game. Shane was on the back foot. Marvin goes and adds another one with his own throw. 3-1 up. He wasn't going to give that one up. And I've just been impressed because that game, he never had the darts. And it doesn't faze him. He just goes and wins the legs that he gets there on. And if he continues to do that, he's going to be a big threat tomorrow.
We were talking during that semi-final about how Marvin's kind of tapered in the big celebration. We used to see him do it a lot back in the day. But it felt like he tried to do it at the right time. When he was in a little bit of trouble, just to relieve the pressure, from that point onwards, it was all business.
Absolutely. And we have to look back at Phil Taylor in the Taylor days. He did exactly the same. He would give it some in the big moment, and then he would forget it. You think, oh, he's going to give it some again. And Marvin's doing exactly the same. Now, whether he's picked that up from maybe watching Taylor tapes back or whatever, I just like the way he's controlling himself around the board now. He's doing what he needs to do for him, and you have to give him a lot of credit for that.
Devon Peterson won the other semi-final. His scoring maybe not as powerful as it was in the group stages. However, his finishing, 3-ton plus checkouts in that match, just completely blew Charlie Martin away.
Yeah, I mean, because Charlie really had a free role there. Coming out of the group as he did, he sort of limped out the group, but he got out of the group. To get to that semi-final, you thought, right, now he's going to let his shoulders down and really go for it. And it just didn't happen for him. But Devon did enough, and he keeps doing enough. But he just, those last ton plus shot outs are just sensational. We've criticised him for the first couple of days to say his sharpness on the doubles wasn't there. But today it was there. It had been there. And 3-ton plus shot out shows that as part of a combination now, he's not going to be doubting himself anymore.
And towards the end, he was unplayable. He took out the 1-3-6 to go 3-0 to the good. We can actually have a look at this passage of play now. He's on 3-0-1 here. Hits a maxi, leaves himself on the 1-2-1. This is for the match. 6 perfect darts to get over the line, to win 4-0. He just does what good players do. And Charlie Martin here, giving himself an opportunity by leaving himself on 65. And then Peterson, from that point onwards, was unplayable, wasn't he?
Yeah, this is super stuff from Dev. But once you start hitting those ton-plus shot outs and you start hitting them with a regular basis, every time you go for them, you believe that you're going to hit it before you even throw a dart. You believe you're going to give yourself a chance. And then when you do give yourself a chance with one dart in hand, 8 times out of 10, you'll hit it because you're believing.
Well, those are the two semi-finals. Now time for the finals. Marvin van Velzen up against Devin Peterson to see who is going to be one of the top 2 seeds going into tomorrow afternoon's final. Now, these two played an amazing game in the 6th match of the evening session. It was the last group game. At that point, they were both through. At that point, they were playing for position. I suppose there's a similar thing to see in the fact that both have got what they want, but also there's that tag once again of who's going to be number 1, who's going to be number 2.
Yeah, and when we seed people or make them the bookie's favourite, nobody really wants it. But when you're playing for it and you're fighting for it, you really want it because you want to deserve it. So it's a very different mindset if you actually win your way there rather than the bookies going, well, you're the favourite today. It's a very different mindset. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me how. But it does. It changes things in your head.
There's a lot of times we look at finals and we say, right, this player's the favourite, this player's the underdog. But with this one, it feels very 50-50, doesn't it?
Particularly after the game they had at the end of the group, which was 4-3, and Marvin nearly had one dart to break Devon. So he nearly got him. I think it could be all on the bull-up, this one. Who wins the bull-up in the back room?
Well, Marvin won the bull-up. Does that change your opinion?
Absolutely, because he's been holding his throw comfortably. So I've got to make Marvin the favourite of this one.
Scott, thank you very much. Well, tomorrow afternoon, both Marvin van Velzen and Devin Peterson will be playing for the marvellous ADC Global Championship Trophy. But they play in the final here and now. And the winner of this could well be the number 1 seed for the tournament. It's game on in the final. Who just continues to do special things. He's in another final, and that will please the Marvin Army and then some. For a rout. Morale boosting win. Double 14. The back-to-back top-plus finishes for Devin Peterson to seal his place in the final.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the ADC Global Championships Week 2, live on Pluto TV. We now get round to our final of the evening. Please put your hands together and welcome, first of all, it's the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Marvin's opponent in this great final that we're going to witness tonight. It's the African warrior, Devin Peterson!
Well, Paul Hinks is giving it the big build-up. A great final we are about to witness between Marvin van Velzen and Devin Peterson. If the truth be told, he's absolutely right. If it's anything like their meeting earlier on this evening, we could have an absolute classic here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, just like earlier. Peterson prevailed in a last leg decider 4-3, averaging 96.26 in the process. But Van Velzen is a man that's so used to finals in this building. He's won a week. He's won a Champions Week at the Modus Super Series. He's played another weekly final. He didn't win that one, but now he is looking to climb the top step here on the South Coast once again, up against Devin Peterson, who could join Chris Mason as a commentator to have won a weekly title in this building. And I'm sure Mace will be watching on tentatively to see whether his record stays intact. But for Marvin Van Velzen, he walked on with the Marvin Army, but he also walked on with Portsmouth Football Club wristband. Portsmouth has very much become a second home for the Dutchman over the last few months.
It is, and I asked Marvin actually what he was doing with his afternoon and his build-up to this. And he said he was watching the Pompey game. I said, did you not watch the darts from Ali Pally? He said, he wants to watch the darts. I watched the Pompey game.
And he'll be hoping that he will have a 4-1 win just like Portsmouth had this afternoon. He'll be hoping to score as prolifically as Callum Lang in this match. Anyway, I failed on my mission to only gloat once.
140.
You fail mission all in the same sentence? Never.
Well, these two haven't failed in their missions.
42.
It's all about completing the final conquest here. Peterson, 6 darts from 221 to take the first leg of this final.
100.
Van Velzen just chilling out a little bit. Both looking to land big punches.
128. Devon Carr, 121.
The bullseye. He's already taken this out in the last leg he won.
96.
He almost did it in back-to-back
Marvin
legs.
Carr, 134.
Yeah, he didn't have the smallest button on the board. The bullseye left that time, though, did he? He went the double 14 route, but
94.
Velzen
Devon
tidies
Carr,
up
25.
nicely. So, Dev with a single to double combination,
Getting shot on the first leg.
which he
Devon
absolutely
Peterson.
murders.
Second leg, Devon to
Takes it first dart.
Game on.
It's a break of throw. What was I talking about? Who had the throw matters? Dev is just steamroller in here, isn't he?
140.
The back of that semi-final. He is continuing. We've only had sort of like 5 or 10 minutes between the end of that and the start, so his momentum is still there.
100.
I promise you Marvin won't go away.
Well, we've been getting a lot of counsel off a lot of people this week. And
41.
those that we've spoken to have said that Devon Peterson at this present moment in time is perhaps playing as well now as he has done for the last 3 years or so. And it's hard to disagree with that. However, Marvin!
140. $140.
Yeah, nice from Devon there. Nice to catch up.
$94.
It's funny how that 1 point, 181 and 180 makes such a difference in the setup about where you throw.
140. Marvin Carr, 87.
Peterson on tops after 12 to double the lead and to back the break-up. It's Van Velzen who looks at this 87 and he's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double 18, double 9. Does
78.
not go.
Devon Carr,
And so
40.
Devon Peterson's back for 2-0. Look at it, tops.
Talks to himself, come on.
30. Marvin Carr, 9.
Van Velzen takes his time, knowing the enormity of the situation. It's his process, it's his routine, and it works so well for him. Van Velzen levels up 1-1, 14 darter.
Third leg, Marvin, you through first.
And a break back. That's the important thing, a
Game
break
on.
back.
Just like to remind you at this particular juncture, the timings of tomorrow, we are going to be live on Pluto
43.
TV from 1:30 tomorrow. We will have half an hour's worth of build-up ahead of the first start in Anger at 2 p.m. 2 o'clock kickoff tomorrow afternoon. The quarterfinalists will pick up 2,500. The semi-finalists 5. The runner-up will pick up 10 grand. The champion will win £25,000. The quarterfinals will be played over the
94.
best of 11. The semi-finals best of 13, and then the final best of 17 legs. That is first to 9 in old money.
140.
So you build up to the big day. There's still one more big match to be played tonight.
100.
Locked at 1 apiece, but Peterson against the throw, holding the aces.
100. WK 121.
So after that 121 again, it's going down the ball route again.
80.
No, when he goes that route, not quite successful.
Well, how this would hurt if MVV could find this. But he's unable to oblige on the 164. And so Peterson back for 41
27.
for the break of throw
WK
again.
41.
Third consecutive break at the beginning of this match and a 2-1 lead.
$25. Marvin Car 137.
Surely he'll go treble 19 here. He's just been down there. It'll be treble 19, tops. That's my guess.
$101. WK 16.
2 8s for Peterson.
Each on
2-1
the third leg,
Peterson.
Devon Peterson.
Third consecutive break of throw at the beginning of this contest. And Peterson
Fourth leg,
now
Devon to throw
wants
first.
that
Game
to
on.
be a basis in which to build on.
$60.
Well, the night's coming to a close. Some of the patrons
100.
supporting, some of the players not involved, but back tomorrow, head off for an early night's kip ahead of what's going to be a big day.
140.
The Martin fraternity have departed. We'll see them tomorrow. The Marvin Army still going strong.
44.
They left at 4 o'clock this morning to get the ferry over to the United Kingdom to support him tonight.
140. $82. WK 161.
But have we got another showpiece, Dev? But he's not going to show off on this
78.
particular occasion.
Yeah, sensible darts from the African Warrior.
$105. WK 83.
Leaves the 170. Will he get a go? Devon's not going to risk it. He's going to go for the
58. Marvin Car
He wires it.
170.
Well, what a time this would be for the big fish, for MVV. Another. Not far away. It was a decent dart, but unable to locate its target. Peterson back for 25 for 3-1.
9. Marvin, your car,
Now,
30.
Peterson has passed an opportunity by. Van Velzen returns for double 15 to equalise this final up at 2 apiece.
Game on the fourth leg. Marvin Van
And
Velzen.
yet another breaker throw. Who wants to throw first here,
Good
Henry?
work, Marvin, you threw first.
I thought this was a final that was all about who was going to throw first, Scott.
Exactly.
Game on.
In the last leg, I said.
Somebody's retracting, but Van Velzen is expanding and expanding.
140. $60.
The best of 3
96.
from this point onwards. Van Velzen looking to get the gains first hold. And if he does, it may well break Devon Peterson.
140.
Well, they played to similar numbers to their game earlier on tonight. Van Velzen averaging 94.09, Peterson 93.34.
76.
Another one on the floor from Marvin. He's had a few of those tonight at crucial moments.
$64.
That's what they're playing for. That is the title they all want to win.
60. $41. Mario Kart 129.
6 from here to take us to a last leg. To go 3-2 to the good, my apologies. To a 20. Getting ahead of myself there, Scott.
You sure were. I was just about a karate chop, yeah.
I'm sure that there's a lot of people that'd like to see that, and I'm sure the commentary camera would have been
100.
poised.
Mario Kart 55.
But this is a key turning point of this final. Van Velzen looking at 55 to move 3-2 to the good. Double top, 2 in hand.
$35. WK
So he offers up a chance for Peterson to break him once more. Devon hits the treble 20. Marvin shakes his head. It's the first reaction we've seen
Peterson.
in the background from Van Velzen.
6 leg Devon to throw first. Game on.
Still haven't had a hold of throw in 5 legs of this final. It's been a fantastic game.
Been a really enjoyable contest, but Peterson
100.
After 5 breaks of throw wants the match only hold. If he does, he will be the winner. And if he does, he'll be just the second player to have sat in your seat, Scott.
120.
To have won a week here after Chris Mason.
Well, technically this is the ADC Global, so first to have done that from a commentator's
60.
seat.
Brace yourself.
$45.
He's had a good night tonight, hasn't he?
$100.
Maybe he'll be back tomorrow. Well, if you want to be here tomorrow, you can't. Because tickets are sold out for the Global Championship Finals, but you can watch us on
135.
Pluto TV. Two o'clock, the first start thrown. Half hour
100.
build up from 1:30. Myself, Scott Mitchell, and Chris Murphy will be here.
And Velzen needs a
60.
treble.
WK 141.
He's not going to win with a 1-4-1. Van Velzen can save
65.
the match with the
Mario
same
Kart
shot.
141.
And he may have to because Peterson has left himself on 76 to get the job done. He's down to go up. He's not going to find it. And so Devon Peterson now stands on the cusp of his first weekly win at the Modus Live Lounge. 76 points away from the glory.
63.
So Devon then for 76. We wondered where he was coming into this week with his darting injury. Is this going to tell us exactly where it is?
56.
Not to be on this occasion. You can see the disappointment in the African Warrior's face, because now we have a chance of 78 from Van Velzen for yet another break of throw. Has to go 25 ball. He's missed his, fluffed his
35.
lines there. So it's all down to Devon Peterson. It's double 10. Is it second dart? Top 5 for one dart, and he takes it. We question where the African Warrior Devon Peterson was when he came into this room
African Warrior
this week. He's just showed us where his game is at this particular moment. We know where the dance moves are. They've always been there, Devon. He takes this one 4 legs to 2. He is our winner on the Saturday evening at this ADC Global Championship. He's pleased about it, and why not? He will soon find out whether he turns out to be the number 1 or the number 2 seed. There are the averages. They were a little bit tense. They looked a lot better than that. But it isn't about averages. It's about who wins the week. And that went to the African Warrior, Devon Peterson. We'll head into a short break. And when you come back, we'll have all the reaction to what's happened this evening.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker taking everything! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what. 127 a game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where the second finals night has come to a close, and it is Devon Peterson who has taken the spoils. He got the better of Marvin van Velzen by 4-2 in the final. The other two players that are guaranteed their spots through to tomorrow afternoon's grand final is Shane Hayward and Charlie Martin. They both got out their groups earlier on this evening. But right here, right now, it is all about Devon Peterson. He has grabbed the glory this evening. He's joined us in the studio. Devon, many congratulations. You must have felt really good out there at points tonight.
Yeah, I think it's the repetitiveness of coming back every time, and it's felt like every time I came back to the Modus stage, it's like small steps, and just confidence building every time. I mean, sitting next to you and commentating as well, you just kind of feel that there's something happening, and it's going to click, and it's going to click. And I mean, fortunate for me, I've got the invite to come here, and it's clicked tonight, and that's a great thing. And obviously we have tomorrow, but for tonight, I mean, the first victory, it's that small steps. It's just making sure that you conquer the mountain that has been looked so steep, so high, and so daunting for the last 3 years. Is now I'm at the peak now, and I can actually see the view.
When you have a lull in your game with an injury or whatever, the doubts come to your mind, don't they? You never feel you're ever going to be as good as you were, and you start then comparing yourself to how good you were, and ultimately stopping yourself returning where you were.
I think it's true to exactly what you're saying. I mean, there's an ego element to it. It's like, I was that good, and you dominated in these areas, and you were this, and all of these kind of almost retrospect views that you have now come to the fore and go, will you ever be that good again? And then when the question mark, and you look at yourself and you answer it honestly in the mirror, it's like, you don't really want to hear the answer, if you know what I mean. And then it becomes like, okay, cool, you stop all of those questions. Let's start from the bottom. Let's make sure that the therapy goes well. Let's make sure that we start it off and just start to find the building blocks. And fortunate for me is it's not fortunate because I had to come off the tour, but I think that this last year for me was a breath of fresh air, and having the Modus obviously offering this opportunities that we have as semi-professionals or professional players that came off the tour and just amateurs. I mean, having the perfect place to practice is number one for me, and I think that that's been the key to my success.
I can see you smiling from beaming from ear to ear, talking about your game. It's been a while since that's the case. Realistically, how long has it been since you've been this happy with the sport?
It's probably, I think it was not even the World Championships of 2020, which was my year that I really played well. And I thought that, I mean, the injury that came in just before the World Cup, and I got to the semi-finals of the Europeans, but all that injury woes, then I knew that I was going to go, it's just going to be a really daunting task. And you're talking about 3.5, 4 years of almost, just craziness, and you've reached this peak and you've experienced all of that, and then you have to kind of almost rebuild in a sense, because you know that your hand is not going to last. I didn't want to have the operation, so made sure that I had the therapy, and it's been almost 20 months of therapy now, and I think that a big part of it is the psychological aspect, and I've had some mental therapy and psychologists, obviously from a sports perspective. There's been a few, and you just kind of look at all of these opportunities. The one thing that I've remained is confident and knowing that the reason of my dip of form is not because I'm playing poorly, but it's because of the injury, and I think that's kept me kind of almost sane, if you must.
Let's talk about tonight, because it's almost felt like a bit of a complete performance. The first game, your scoring was so good. Then we see in the semi-finals, 3 ton-plus checkouts. Even though it may not have all in one game clicked together, maybe with the exception of Marvin, there was points tonight where every single element of every single facet of your game came to the fore.
I think you literally like sitting in my brain right now because
that's dangerous.
But all I've been thinking is just make sure that it doesn't all have to happen at once, but just make sure that in specific games it happens in parts. Whether it's scoring and you have more chances at a double, whether it is just finishing at the right points and at the 10+ checkouts. And I think that, like you said, it happened in the specific. When I sat there at the back, I'm almost like, am I manifesting this, or is this just kind of just like a coincidence? And for me, ultimately, we know that it's coming to Q School. We know that we have tomorrow's event as well. But tonight for me was just getting that cherry on the top, because I've been here. I've been to a finals. I've lost in the final. I've got to a finals. I've lost in the few early rounds. Tonight was just like, okay, cool. This is signed the year off for me, and now we look forward to tomorrow.
And tomorrow is a big day. I mean, you've done a lot in your career. You played a lot of PDC World Championships. You've won a Euro Tour. You've been to a European Championship semi-final. But how important is this?
I think it's not just important for me to win, though. Like, I think there's a small element or percentage of it that makes it like, okay, cool, Devon's won. But because the enormity of the global championships that the ADC has provided us, in South Africa, North Africa and Southern Africa, next year, you want to make sure that players see you playing in this championship final, and they have the opportunity as well. And we'll have more players come through. And all of these opportunities now is more of an opportunity. Like we've seen Cameron Colason play almost a perfect game, a comeback game against Vessel Nijman, which was nigh on almost impossible for him to win, and he was that close. But you realize that you can only show people the way when you show them the way. And I think that is all I wanted to do. And now I find myself in the finals, and hopefully I can make the continent proud.
When we sit in commentary, people like myself and Scott, whether it's Paul Nicholson, Chris Mason, when we talk about your story, the story of Simon Adams, we often talk about players like you, not just playing for yourself, but you're playing for something far greater. You're playing for a continent, you're playing for representation, you're playing for opportunities. We probably can't talk about that, but you can talk about what that's like. First of all, whether there's a pressure attached to it, but also what kind of pride, what kind of feeling comes with having that tag, something that you've held for quite for quite a lot of years, tried to represent a continent and hold it on your shoulders.
I think it's more important to understand that, like, it's more than just the game, and I know that that's like cliche, but I mean, darts for me is not all I have, but it's all I want to have. Mm-hmm. And the growth in the game, the sport, I've been at the very highest points. I've shared the rooms with the legends and all of those. And you hear that everybody has almost the same issues with personal. But on my side is like, I want to make sure that I've kicked the door open. I've been the lone standing and long standing African player on the tour and knocking it amongst the very best. But we have loads of players that have the same capabilities, but just not getting exposure. And that has always been my not legacy really, but the pathway I chose. And I think that it's not that you choose it in a sense, but it's kind of bestowed on you, because if you just become the only African to win all of these events, what have you done to the sport on your continent to change the lives of many? And that has always been my question. It's like, I can sit at home and be fantastically well and sit back and go, yeah, I've been a European champion, I've done all of these things, but what have I done to change the lives of the others back home in South Africa and Africa itself? And I can look now, and we have a clear-cut pathway for more players to come through and showcase their talents on this magical stage.
He is a very inspiring story, isn't he, Scott? I know it's weird to talk about you when you're in the building, but what he's done for the sport in South Africa, Africa as a continent, we probably wouldn't have seen the stories like Cameron if it wasn't for what Devon did years ago.
It's the barriers that you've broken down. You know, I don't think we ever fully understand the barriers that you've broken down individually on your own to be able to not just be able to leave your country and come here, but to get your compatriots to realise the immense undertaking that you took and the risk that you took by doing it. And I don't think that is ever, you're never given enough credit for that. And for me, that's the one thing. You had a dream, you had a goal, and you continued to follow it. When people put stuff in your way, you seemed to hurdle it and go over it and kept going. And there's not a lot of dart players in the world that will do that. They'll even let work get in the way in the UK. Oh, I can't come because I'm working. That's nothing to what you've gone through to get where you are. And I think every dart player at the top end that have played with you has met you, and even had the chance to go out and have a beer with you. We all appreciate what a great person you are and what an undertaking it was.
I think most importantly is when you understand that when you're driven in a certain way, it's all about, I come from an underprivileged, underserved community like Mitchell's playing, right? And there's many communities like that all across the country, not even expanding it to the continent. And I'm realizing that I'm living a dream. I used to watch the likes of Phil Taylor, Andy Fordham, you looked at Kevin Painter, Chris Mason. I used to watch them on VHS tapes, and I realized that I could be something through the sport and go from garage to grandstand. I've manifested that and created that opportunity, and not just my own self, but everybody within it. And now you look at the PDC obviously offering us platforms like that, the Modus Super Series, ADC. It's now our chance to actually stand up and be counted. And everybody always asks, like, is there more African players like you? Or can they do it? And I can tell you 100% yes, but it means it needs somebody to drive it. And I've potentially, like you say, I wear the African warrior on my back simply because that's where I keep Africa. I keep it and moving forward and making sure that it's not about me winning on the stage. It's more about the continent winning on the stage and making sure that kids that come from the likes of Kabeka in the inter-schools instead of Litsa Primary and St. Thomas Primary, and having these 300 kids watching from an inter-school level, seeing that somebody that they look up to is winning. So that means that they can win as well. That for me is any motivation. I can stand tall in that, and there can be an army of 100, and I know that my continent stands behind me. That's the number one thing that drives me continuously.
I remember there was a famous line by Peter Drury, the football commentator at the South Africa World Cup when the first goal went in. Goal for South Africa, goal for all Africa. This is all one united dream, isn't it?
I feel as though it's the start of something amazing. It's looking at the globe coming and traveling in and playing in the PDC and just making their mark. And Africa, I feel as though even though I've made a small little speck, like just a little kind of dink in it, I feel as though we have such a big paintbrush and we just need to kind of just wave our wand in a sense. And we're moving towards that. And I know that even if it's, the team that I have behind me, Simon Adams, which is Director of Development, Nicole, my dad, everybody, we're all moving in the same direction, and that's the beauty of it. It's when we all row in the one direction, we'll get to our destination. Doesn't matter how far the journey and how long it is.
Let's get back to tonight, and would you like to see the moment you won back?
Why not? Let's put it on replay all the time.
Shall we put it on replay? Cue the replay. Have a look at this. And I suppose for you as well, there's been such a big rebuild. And I know this isn't a weekly title in the sense of you pick up a trophy, but it must be nice to finish a tournament as the guy who won the tournament.
It definitely creates a closure because you've been playing well. Like the last time I played against Paul Hogan in the final, and he just kind of took the moments when he needed to, and that comes with experience, and I have major respect for him. I've seen him over the years and know exactly what he's done, and this for me is the first time. Paul Hinks there just saying this is the greatest I've seen you play in the last, like you said, 3 or 4 years, and him and his wife Stephanie has always been in my corner, and you realize there's so many people that actually want to see you win. More than you want to see yourself win, which is fantastic. Which it kind of just it marinates to a point where I say that darts is all about family, and we all family. Like if it wasn't for me playing the sport, I wouldn't have known you guys. I wouldn't have met Scott in the way that I am, and we wouldn't have shared biscuits like the way we have.
Oh, we share biscuits very well, by the way.
But that's what I'm saying, though. We all become one family because of tungsten and arrows to a board, and it's just so much bigger, and the opportunity, and it just changes lives like you could not believe.
Right, I've got some good news for you, Devon, because I'm going to go full Dermot O'Leary here, because the seedings have been concluded and verified. And I can tell you, Devon Peterson, you are #1 seed for the ADC Global Championship tomorrow afternoon. Adam Lipscomb, the #2 seed. Annie Bolton, #3. Van Velzen, #4. Pilgrim, Brooks, Martin and Hayward, they were the semi-finalists. Now, this is how the draw breaks down. Scott, I'm intrigued to see how things play out. So, Devon's going to play Shane Hayward. Adam Lipscomb takes on Charlie Martin. Andy Bolton up against Bradley Brooks, and Marvin van Velzen against Daryl Pilgrim. Now, that will be played in that particular order as well. You also have the advantage of throw because you're the highest seed in the quarterfinal too. I want to go down to that third quarterfinal there, Scott, first. Bolton against Brooks. That is horrid.
Yeah, it sure is, and particularly where they spent the week together last week as well. And, well, they've had a week off and they can rekindle their friendship.
And I suppose there is that interesting dynamic where you've got players that have played at a week against one another, and then you've got a couple of meetings between players that haven't played one another yet.
No, absolutely. And I think there are those are some sensational matchups, I've got to say. And they're just quarter-final games. They'd be finals anywhere you go. But that's what this ADC Global Championship is all about. Bringing the best players together and playing for great trophies like this. And that's exactly what we've got.
Longer format tomorrow, Devon. How do you think that will suit you?
I feel as though I just wanted to have that longer format because you felt like there was stretches in the game where you could just feel like it's just about to burst. And I'm happy that it's longer format tomorrow. Happy that I'm number 1 seed and I'm the handsomest player in that group as well. That's why I'm number 1. Not because of stats, anyways. But other than that, I mean, like it's a great opportunity to actually just kind of stretch your legs and play the longer format, which is, I mean, every dart player wants to play longer formats.
Is this where the big players really do come into the fore? The players that have got experience on the Ali Pali stage, the players that have played in big tournaments, the longer format. Do you think this is where they really can stretch their muscles?
Possibly. But I think the biggest thing about the longer format is there's time for the game to to and fro. There's time for you to make maybe 1 or 2 mistakes and still not be out of the game. With the way that the format is here, with the best of 7, you make 1 mistake and it's the mistake that you give your opponent and then they're gone. They've got their pedal to the metal and they're gone and there's nothing you can do about it. They'll sprint off for 2 legs, game over. With the longer format, you can make a mistake. They'll still sprint off for 2 legs, but they won't have the job done. And you've got a chance to tie them back in and drag them back into the game as the more experienced player. So the longer format will suit probably the more experienced players.
Big day tomorrow, Scott. We won't get to touch this trophy tomorrow because somebody else is going to be taking it home, and I can promise you now, it's very heavy.
Yeah, so you tell me. I haven't touched it. I've got a superstition thing about touching trophies that I've never won, so I don't touch them.
Well, it's going to be a big day, that is for sure, tomorrow. Devon, this is going to be a big day for you tomorrow. You've just had a little look at that trophy. How much would you like to take it home?
I mean, global championship, any world title is welcome in the Peterson household as well as an African. I mean, you've got the African continent straight front and center simply because that is the center of the earth, and I might as well just win it for Africa, anyways. Final question: me, Scott, who's got the better Christmas jumper? Gonna have to go with Scott. It definitely feels like husband material, doesn't it?
Finally, I've won something in this room. Finally.
Oh, yeah, and you've joined Chris Mason in the commentator club to win here.
It's a lifelong dream, and Chris, me and you will share some celebratory H2Os as athletes that we are. So thank you very much for that as well.
Devon, congratulations. Good luck tomorrow. Scott, see you tomorrow. Suited, booted for the big day. Looking forward to it?
Indeed. Can't wait. Cannot wait for the first dart.
Well, the first dart will be thrown in anger at 2 o'clock for this ADC Global Championship. But prior to that, we've got some big action for you at the beginning of 2025. We've got a League of Legends Specials week in the second week of the year. And this is the lineup for it. Group A, Kevin Painter, Richie Howson, and the debut of Steve Beaton here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Robert Thornton, Neil Duff, and Richie Burnett round off that group. Group B will see the debut of Vincent van der Voort at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Chris Mason and Daryl Fitton's going to be in there. Mason's looking for 2 from 2. Group C, Trina Gulliver, Wesley Newton, and Martin Adams between the 13th and the 18th of January, all on Pluto TV. But that's it from us for now. Tomorrow is the big day. We're live at 1:30 on Pluto TV, ahead of a 2 o'clock start for the finals of the ADC Global Championship. I hope you can join us then. From all of us here, thank you for watching. Bye-bye for now. He is a winner on May 1st.